Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Visa 124-568 Mastercard, whatever. What kind of check you want?
Blank one.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you one of those Joe
Well-
Joe Biden government checks.
Oh yeah. Well, those will bounce like a.
Yeah, there you go. Give you a Nan Whaley check.
Those will bounce too.
Yeah.
All right, we're good to go. Got about 7 minutes before we go on the air.
Oh wow.
Going on at noon because I
Yeah.
got those interviews. I got
Yeah,
6
that's what you
interviews.
told me. Well, the Deans played today at noon, don't they?
Yeah, I can't watch them. I watched them yesterday.
They did win. That was a quick game.
2 hours and 17 minutes. I'll take it any time.
That's the good old days of baseball.
Yep,
And the Cardinals blew a ninth inning lead.
they did.
Yeah,
Oh, I
Philly scored 6 in the ninth and won 6-3.
I didn't watch any baseball yesterday after I had to go do the
Mets
game.
got clobbered by the Padres.
Good.
And who was the American League? The other American League game.
Toronto and Seattle.
Luis Castillo was unbelievable on the mound.
Oh
But-
yeah.
7 shutout innings or something, and the Mariners beat 1-4-0.
Well, the Reds blew it with him.
No, but they blew it with a lot of players.
All right.
I got Arch down here.
Yeah, no, I don't know who's going to be sitting
Oh,
next.
2 down, or right here.
Yeah.
Support staff is what it says. Am I on the right spot? Yep.
Yeah, you are.
Now make sure you comb your hair so they can see you on the internet.
Any gray hairs out of place?
No, they're all on your head.
Okay. Okay.
Game last night, no turnovers.
Really?
And 49-7, not one turnover.
Damn.
Not even a muff fumble or anything.
We had a couple of turnovers.
I heard him. Anyway.
That's pretty good interviews.
I was going to try to sneak in, but as I was getting ready to turn left, 2 people tried to turn right and block traffic. And I couldn't come in my usual entrance. I was going to go over to a parking spot, find one way away, at least on campus. Nope.
Nope. Can't
Couldn't do that. There was a lady coming out, and she almost got in fisticuffs with the people trying to get in. I'm going, I didn't come here to watch a riot. I'll just go park somewhere else. And all those houses, people are charging $20 and $30 to park. I'm paying that crap.
You ended up way over there in the field?
Yeah, that ain't that far compared to where I would have been.
Oh,
It would have been before the Speedway, which is a further
wow.
walk than here.
yeah, really. Yeah, when I came in.
And that was free.
Oh, really? When I came in, they were parking over by the dorms. They
Yeah.
were letting people in over by the dorms.
I don't mind. What the heck? The walk did me good.
Took a few minutes, didn't it?
Yeah.
But if you want to get something to eat afterwards, we can go over there to where I did the interviews
Oh, really?
and get something to eat. And they don't charge anything, but they don't charge anything. But yeah, if you wanted to give a donation, because they come back every year for the spring game
Ah.
and they feed the team, and that's what that's used for. 3 minutes.
Oh, good God. Mayan Williams isn't playing for tonight for Ohio State.
Oh, yeah?
Jackson Smith-Njigba again's not playing. So they're down, if Henderson doesn't play, they're down to their third string running back.
Would Ohio State, any kind of a running back would be first team anywhere else?
Well, not quite anywhere else, but in most places.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I think I forgot to tape the Red River, whatever they call that anymore.
Oh, Oklahoma and Texas?
Yeah. Yeah. Obituary announcement. Wonder who croaked.
Well, you know it's not me.
Let's see. I don't think I knew this woman. Age 99. The fifth of 9 children.
Jeez. You didn't bring your laptop, did you?
No.
Okay.
You having trouble?
No, it's not that. I thought maybe you'd do the stats.
Right. No, not where I was going to park.
Okay. Okay, 1 minute, less than a minute.
Well, that's how I knew her. She was in the school system.
Gem City Sports Network presents Central State Marauder Football. Today's game is being brought to you by Central State University, for God, for Central, for State, by Profiler Performance Products, by G&G Fitness Equipment, 641 Minersburg, Centerville Road in Centerville, by Don Brown Sports Apparel, Big League Look for a minor league price, by McAfee Heating and Air, any season, anytime, McAfee, by Profiler Inc., by the USO, by Special Wish Foundation of Dayton and Southwest Ohio, and by the Gem City Sports Network, your source for local sports in the Miami Valley, the Gem City Sports Network. And now, here's the voice of the Central State Marauders, Doug Brown and Bill Idle. Good afternoon, everybody, from McPherson Stadium on the campus of Central State University. We welcome you to the Central State Marauders football. Today, it's homecoming, and it's a great day. It's a beautiful afternoon for football. It's kind of cool, but it's football weather. Joining me today is Bill Idle, and you had the opportunity to park a country mile away. You said you parked in Columbus, right?
Close to that, yes. But the walk did me good. So and it was a beautiful day for a walk, a beautiful fall afternoon. I don't know what people want other than this for a college football game on a brilliant, at this point, sunny Saturday afternoon in October in the great state of Ohio. So it's a fantastic night and a good game, fantastic afternoon, I should say, and a good game up front here. Central State celebrating homecoming against Fort Valley State.
Fort Valley State comes in at 1-1 on the year. They lost to Benedict last week, big, 45-13. and they come in averaging 23.2 points per game and give up 22. Central State, on the other hand, they had a great game against Allen. Kazdina scored on a little bit of a shuttle pass with 2 seconds left, and they came back and won it 35-32. But for the we had a chance, I had a chance to go down into the Tailgaters just a little bit ago and did some interviews. I like doing those, talk to the graduates of Central State, and I did ask a dumb question. And that question was, who's going to win today?
Yeah.
Every one of them said Central State. I said, okay, by how many points? Some of them said, okay, 8 points, 3 points, 2 points, 7, stuff like that. But we're going to do those interviews right after this timeout. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on your home for our Central State Athletics, the Gem City Sports Network. Become a donor and believer in the mission of Central State University. Help CSU thrive for years to come. To learn more, go to www.csubelievers.com. Our new funding website is safe, easy to use, and can be easily accessed from any mobile device. Visit www.csubelievers.com. Become a CSU believer today. Hey, sports fans, you all know Don Brown. He was born and raised here in the Miami Valley and have met many of you somewhere along that line as a player, coach, or sports broadcaster for WKEF and WRGT-TV. Sports has been a big part of his life and remains so today. So if your high school team, little league organization, or group wants to look good year-round, then look no further than Don Brown Sports. From Spirit Gear t-shirts, polos, or equipment embroidery, or screen printing, Don Brown Sports is your first and last stop. He's got big quality at minor league pricing. Feel free to get in touch with DB via email at dhkbrown1, that's the number 1, at gmail.com. Or feel free to call him at 937-430-3105. Don Brown Sports, a big league look for a minor league price. We're down here doing some interviews with some of the graduates from Central State University, and you are?
Charles Anderson.
Charles, what year did you graduate?
I graduated in 81.
81. What was it like going to school here back in the 80s?
Okay, well, actually in the 70s, I was a football recruit, came in class of 76, and played football here my whole career on scholarship. And, we consider ourselves legacies because, we keep the tradition going. Actually, one of our guys, Early Longhorn, was put in the Hall of Fame, and he was in the class of 79. So it was a long time waiting, but finally he achieved that goal.
What was football like back then?
Hot, rough.
Yeah.
I remember it was very modest around here. The stadium wasn't the way it was. We did have a practice field, and we didn't have the Gatorade and all that. It was just ice and water.
And who was your coach?
Jim McKinley.
Was he as tough as some people say he was?
Yes, I would say that he was. McKinley was a coach that he was a taskmaster, and one thing that I really respected of him, as the season went on and it got colder, he always wore a windbreaker. He dressed like we dressed. So although he wasn't out on the field, but he always was part of the team. So we all respected him that way.
What was your records back then?
Well, when we came in 76, I think we had a 7-5, 7-4 record, and we went to the Orange Blossom Classic, and that's the first classic that they had played in quite a while.
So what do you think of this year's team?
Well, this year's team, I went to the Hall of Fame game, and I was very impressed. I think the guys stepped up because they know now that Central State is on a bigger stage. It's not just local Ohioans that go to Central State or people from the Midwest. They're coming from all over the country. So they made a statement, and this team, we come out every year. We're called the Cutthroats, our nicknames. And for 15 years during the spring game, we always feed the team, the coaches, and the parents. So we support the team very much.
Where are you from? You from this area?
Chicago.
Okay, you come a long way then.
Well, this is home.
Now, what do you do?
I'm a sales director for one of the largest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealerships in the Midwest.
Well, you can name it.
Huh?
What's the name of the business?
Bettenhausen.
Okay. Bettenhausen.
Yeah, German. They're owned by Germans. German descendants. They came over, so I work for like the third generation right now.
No relation to the race car drivers, huh?
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Yes, I did. These are the Bettenhausen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've been the number one Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer in the Midwest for the last like 12, 13 years.
Okay, now I think I know the answer to this question. What's your prediction on today? If you know the score?
Go Central. For God, for Central, for State.
So they're going to win. Do you have an idea what the score might be?
I have no idea, but if they win by 1, or if they win by 21, I'm supporting the team all the way.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on.
All right. Thank you.
We know that purchasing a new system is a big decision. At McAfee, we feel you should only have to make it once. That's why we offer lifetime, worry-free coverage on new McAfee systems. Never a charge for repairs, never a charge for maintenance, not even a charge for filters. And when the day comes the system needs replaced, you're covered. Any season, any time, McAfee.
Contact McAfee Heating and Air at 937-438-1976 or www.mcair.com or 1-800-AIR Repair.
Profiler Performance Products is an all-American manufacturer of racing cylinder heads and intake manifolds. From two-time Drag Week winner Jeff Lutz to the winningest bracket champions like Disco Dean Karn, Profiler Performance has become the overwhelming choice of drag racing's best-known name. Profiler Performance offers the absolute best bolt-on performance for cylinder heads and intake, utilizing their own in-house custom casting and CNC machining. For more information, visit profilerperformance.com or find them on Facebook. Profiler Performance, they make power they haven't even used yet.
Okay, back here on the campus of Central State University, we are here with
Lakeisha Starks. Lakeisha Starks.
Okay, Lakeisha, what year did you graduate from here?
1996.
Okay, so what was it like? What was it like on campus here back in '96?
Very vibrant. It was always something to do. Very family oriented. Real nice.
What are you doing now? What was your major when you back here?
My major was business administration and accounting, and I currently work for the Ohio Department of Corrections as a personnel director.
Oh yeah, which one?
Grafton Correctional.
Okay, where's that at?
Outside of Cleveland, Ohio. Right.
That's my boys up there in Cleveland. They got to win again today.
Yeah, they are.
Well, I hope so. I hope they do just like you say.
They will. Go Guardians.
I can't get used to that name. Can you?
No. They're always going to be the Indians.
Yeah. Okay. What are your thoughts about the school nowadays and coming back here?
It's still a nice atmosphere. They're changing the campus, building new dorms, getting more up to date, which is a good thing.
Did you go to the College Hall of Fame game up at Canton when they played Winston-Salem State?
No, I wasn't able to go, but I did view the game on television.
What are your thoughts about this year's football team?
They're building their program back, so it's going to be a little rough, but they did good overall.
What was football like back here? Did you go to the games?
I went to every game, home game. I was here during the rain and when they were the national championships from 91 to 95. Mm-hmm.
Was the stadium full for every game almost?
Always. Stadium was always full, yes.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you kind of ask you a dumb question. Who's going to win today?
Central, of course.
Okay, by how much?
I'll say by 7.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on this year's team?
They're rebuilding. I mean, they have their ups and downs, but they're doing good considering they're building the program.
What was the basketball like?
The who?
What was basketball like?
I didn't attend many basketball games.
Oh, yeah?
No.
I know I've been doing this for 8 years. I love coming out here, and like you said, it's a family atmosphere out here. So do you come back every year?
I've only missed 2. So, yeah, every year since I graduated, I've been here except for 2 years.
Okay. Well, welcome home.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And, okay, now you're from Cleveland. I'm an Indians fan. I've been an Indians fan. I still can't call them Guardians.
Right.
Okay, now how far do you think you're going to go in the playoffs this year?
Hopefully to the World Series and win.
All right. We'll be back with more right after this. You're listening to the pregame show here on the Gem City Sports Network.
Why do you exercise? To look better? To feel better? To drop a few pounds? To train for an event? To defy age? Or to keep your ability to say yes to the things you love to do? Whatever motivates you, G&G Fitness Equipment is here to get you there. Treadmills, ellipticals, rowers, bikes, home gyms, and accessories. We'll pair you with the right equipment, teach you how to use it, and be there every step of your fitness journey. G&G Fitness. Your goal is our goal.
Central State is the most affordable 4-year public university in the state of Ohio. With stellar academics and affordability, we provide a high-value education to our students.
Okay, down here in the right across from Beacom Lewis Gym, and you are
Gillis Bowden, Central State University class of 1977.
1977. I was out of school then too. I would have been. What year did you graduate high school?
1973.
Okay, I'm 1 year behind you then. I was in 74.
Mm-hmm.
So, what was it like going to school here in the 70s?
It was an adventure, a real adventure. Got an opportunity to not just meet diverse people, but also find out how diverse I personally was. We come from all various cities, and I come from Chicago, born and raised in Chicago. So we got a chance to find out how other people, in this case, grew up or developed into what they were at that particular time. And we were all neophytes or just learning about life away from home.
The kids got it easy now. They got those computers and everything. They don't have to go to libraries like you guys used to.
Yeah, I would say somewhat. But I don't envy them, but it's something about socialization. You know, how to deal with people, how to talk to people. Right. You don't get that standing behind a computer or at your desk, but you got to learn how to talk and converse with people and find out a little bit more about the other side or how other people grew up and who they are. Because everybody's not the same.
Right. Now you say you're from Chicago.
Born and raised. Yep.
What made you want to come to Central State?
My high school coach who graduated from Central, he played football up here. And my senior year of high school, that was his first year of coaching. That was in 1972. And that first year, that team went undefeated during the regular season. His first year. And not just that, it was because of him, what I saw in him as an African American male. That captured me quite a bit. His organization, how he went about doing things professionally, and just his modus operandi was always geared towards something, trying to help, trying to develop, get you to think, and not just, not to react, but respond.
What was it like playing football back then? It was fun.
It was fun. By the way, I was here when the tornado hit Central in 1974. I was on campus in Beacon's Gym. We were in spring training, conditioning, when the tornado took the rooftop off of Beacon's Gym.
What were you doing? You were hunkered down, though, right?
Everybody we were working out. We were actually working out when it hit 4 o'clock that afternoon. So that was an experience.
Really? Now, what are your thoughts on what do you do now?
I'm retired. I retired last week from 36 years of federal service as a IRS agent.
Okay.
So that happened last week, and now we're trying to get acclimated and not going to work or waking up to go to work.
That's kind of tough, isn't it?
Not really. It's unusual. You know what I mean? When you're so used to doing things, and then you say, don't have to wake up.
Now you can say, if somebody asks what you do, you say, I'm working at retired.
Yeah, working at retired. I like that.
Well, what do you think of this year's team? Have you been able to follow them, and what do you think of this year's team?
They're a work in progress. We're talking about the new coach, and he has a young squad. I mean, I talked to him the other day, and he has quite a bit of underclassmen. Kind of reminds me when I was in high school, that team that went undefeated at Simeon.
Oh, you went there?
Yeah, I went there. And the team was consisting of about 75% of them were underclassmen.
Wow.
And was out football for the first time. And we went undefeated. How he developed us was remarkable. And how cohesive we became. Yeah, we only had a couple of seniors. I happened to have been one of the returning seniors. So he was looking us to really guide and anchor the team. And we did. That whole backfield was first team all city.
Well, I'm going to ask you, this is the last question I'm going to ask you, and it's going to be, I'm going to say it's a dumb question. Who's going to win today, and what was the score?
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
I knew that. I told you.
That's a no-brainer. C-State all the way, baby.
Well, if you would have said Fort Valley State, you would have.
No. The head coach of Central State, coached Fort Valley last year. So you know that there's some disturbance in the air. I can see him today. When I saw him the other day, he had his game face on.
He's like that all the time, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Nice guy. Well, thank you for coming on.
You're welcome.
A Special Wish Foundation of Dayton has a new name. It is now a Special Wish Foundation Dayton and Southwest Ohio chapter. They now serve 20 counties in Southwest Ohio and work with families whose children are being seen at Dayton Children's and Cincinnati Children's Hospitals. The organization has granted over 1,800 wishes to those children battling life-threatening illnesses. To find out how you can help make a special wish come true, log on to their website, aspecialwishdayton.org, or call them at 937-223-WISH. A Special Wish Foundation is a 501c3, and all funds stay within the local community to support local children.
No matter the threat or where the front line may be, our armed forces protect and defend us every day. But what does it take to strengthen our service members and keep them focused on the mission? What does it take to keep our military connected to family, home, and country? It takes a force. Be a force behind the forces. Join the USO in helping service members and their families. Give today at csohio.uso.org.
Back here on the grounds of Central State University, we are with
Aaliyah Williams Silver, class of 1995. Woohoo!
And where are you from?
I'm originally from Elyria, Ohio. I am currently in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Oh, you didn't have that far to come then?
No, but far enough.
Oh, that's true. But you can still come up to almost every game, though, if you wanted to.
If I wanted to, and I've come to a couple.
Okay. What was your major back here?
I was an elementary education major.
Okay. Are you a teacher?
I am currently a teacher for Cincinnati Public Schools.
What school?
Roseline Condon. Go Lions!
What was it like back? I've asked everybody this. What was it like for you back here when you were in school?
Oh, it was amazing. It had a family feel. Professors, teachers, staff. staff and students all felt like family, looked out for each other.
You know, I've been coming here for 8 years, and I feel the same way. It's like a family atmosphere out here. Even in year one, it was like a family atmosphere. They just welcomed you with open arms.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're all about. And once you graduate, you still have that family connection.
Now, how many homecomings have you come back to?
Well, I graduated in 95, and I have only missed homecoming because of COVID.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, now you've seen a lot of football here. Dan.
Absolutely, yes.
What was it like? What was football like when you were here at school?
It was the highlight of every weekend, whether they were here playing at home or we were sitting near the radio listening to it because it was an away game. Being able to travel to an away game gave you a whole new perspective of what other schools were like, but you still rooted for your home team.
What made you want to come to Central State?
I'm from a small town. I did not experience any kind of an HBCU program during that entire time. And I had some friends that were professors here, and they just recommended I come for a visit. And I fell in love, changed my mind about the school I was going to, ended up here, and have never turned back.
That's the way I feel about this place, too. Even though I do baseball for the University of Dayton, I come back here for volleyball, football, and basketball. So I do the volleyball on the streaming channel. I cannot do it on radio. It's too dang on fast.
Volleyball, everything. I mean, even as a student here, we would see the former president, Arthur Thomas, every morning going into the gym to work out. We were a family, and seeing all the sports teams as they flourish is amazing. Congratulations to our new men's volleyball team. That's something that wasn't here when I went to school here, so I'm excited about that too.
You know, I sit on the sidelines at the basketball gym for that. I'm not sitting there this year. That is like
are amazing.
I know. I got hit in the head once.
Once is enough. No more.
Exactly. I'm going to tell the SID I'm going to sit up in the upper deck. Maybe I won't get hit there. But the men's volleyball team, they lost their coach after last year, too. He went up to Merrimack and up near Boston. But they got a young lady that came from Hamilton Dayton High School.
I don't even know where that's at, but good luck to them, and I'm excited.
It's Dayton High School in Hamilton.
Okay.
And they're GCL team.
All righty. Well, I'm excited for them. I know there's been a lot of changes with coaching and staff, but that's okay because we're still going to flourish and we'll be amazing.
Okay, now, I'm going to ask you a dumb question. Who's going to win today and how many points?
Oh, Central State University. Woo-hoo! We are going to win, and I say we're going to win by 3 points.
You're asking for, you want to give me another heart attack?
I just want a good game today. I want a good game. I want the stands to be full. I want people up and cheering and supporting our Central State Marauders football team.
Well, thanks for coming on, and let's go Marauders.
Go Marauders. Join your alumni association that's in your area. And also join the National Alumni Association for Central State University. For God, for Central, for State. Woohoo!
One other question. You said you were from Elyria, right?
Yes.
Are you an Indians fan? Baseball?
Well, they're not the Indians anymore.
I know.
I am an ultimate Browns fan.
Okay.
Win, lose, draw, I am a Browns fan forever and ever and ever, even though I live in that other place.
But that other place, you could still see them, right?
Not all the time. They actually don't even want to show it.
Well, yeah, but you can still go to the stadium.
I do. And my husband likes that other team, so it's rough sometimes.
All right, now do you guys have friendly wagers then?
We do, and it usually involves food and friends and me doing all the cooking.
And he loses all the time, right?
Sure. Did I not say win, lose, or draw? Go Browns.
All right, we'll be back with more.
Profiler Inc., your local source for custom graphics, including banners, decals, and custom apparel for your corporate, school, or personal needs. For more information, check us out on the web at www.profilerinc.com or on our Facebook page, Profiler Inc.
We're down here now with What's your name?
Joe Mosley.
Okay, Joe, what year did you graduate from Central State?
Came out in 78.
You played football here, right?
Oh, yeah. I played football. I was a 9th round draft choice of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. I played tight end.
Okay. What was it like playing in the NFL back then?
Short. NFL mean not for long, and mine was exactly that.
Okay, who's the coach here?
The coach here when?
At Central State back when you were in school.
Jim McKinley was the head coach, and then my senior year you had Mo Hunt.
Okay. What was it like playing football back in the 70s?
Well, Central State was really one of the best teams I ever played with in my life. Very talented, very gifted, and had a very good winning attitude. Very good. I really loved playing for them.
What was the campus like around here?
Oh, man, it was like night and day. I mean, this campus now compared to when we was here, totally different. But we still appreciated it. Appreciated it then, and we appreciate it now. But it's definitely an upgrade now.
Now you just told me you live in Washington. Where do you originally come from?
I came from Flint, Michigan. I'm originally one of the Flintstones. I knew Barney, Fred, and Dino back in the day. Yes, sir.
I guess your car was a real winner, huh?
Yes, sir.
Was your wife named Wilma?
No. No. I actually met my wife here at Central State University.
Oh, yeah?
45 years ago.
You've been married?
Married 6 years. We didn't date until about 6 years ago. We actually connected on Facebook.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And what's her name?
Her name is Stephanie Mosley now.
Okay. And you said she went here too, right?
Yes, sir. She went here, and this is where I met her. When I first seen her, I said, oh, yeah, one day. I didn't know it was going to be 45 years later, but my goodness, I'm so grateful.
What are you doing now?
I drive for Megabus. I'm an operator for Megabus right now. I drive people to New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Charlotte.
Wow.
From D.C.
That's you get to see the country that way too, right?
You get to see the country and meet a lot of good people.
So, I talked to a lot of people. You said you were with the St. Louis Cardinals. Who was the coach back then, and who was the quarterback?
Bud Wilkerson was the head coach, and Jim Hart was the quarterback.
A couple of good coach and a good quarterback too, right?
Yes, and that was one good team. I was not fortunate to stick with them, but I still was glad that they drafted me.
What was it like playing on that AstroTurf over there at St. Louis?
Well, we played on AstroTurf in high school.
Oh, really?
And it's amazing you asked me that because I got hurt my rookie year, and I got hurt on AstroTurf. To this day, I'm not excited about AstroTurf.
What about this turf they got out here now?
Well, it's a different kind of turf than what we had.
Right.
And I like this turf. The turf here, it gives. The turf we had, it doesn't give. So if you get planted, your leg get planted, and you get hit, the turf is not going anywhere. That's the difference. Here, you can move a little bit better, and it's a lot more safety for you as an athlete.
Now, what are your thoughts on this year's team?
Well, I've seen them a couple times. I think they're more spirited. I think the head coach, is a good head coach. I think they're going to do well, very much.
Okay, now I asked him a question.
Gillis?
Yeah, I asked Gillis a question. It was kind of a dumb question, but who's going to win today?
Oh, CSU.
You know what?
CSU going to win. They'll win by 8 points.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll come down afterwards and I'll hit you up for it, okay?
All right. Appreciate talking to you. Pleasure.
We'll be back with more after this. You're listening to the pregame show here on the Gem City Sports Network.
Become a donor and believer in the mission of Central State University. Help CSU thrive for years to come. To learn more, go to www.csubelievers.com. Our new funding website is safe, easy to use, and can be easily accessed from any mobile device. Visit www.csubelievers.com. Become a CSU believer today.
the grounds of Central State University. We're talking to some of the grads that come back for homecoming. And what is your name?
Trina Tolbert.
And what year did you graduate?
92.
Okay. What was it like back in 92?
We had so much fun. We were family. We just loved being together, hanging out. I'm still close friends with a group of girls I met in 88, and we hang every year.
They come back with you to?
Yes. We're setting up right here today.
Okay. What was your major here?
Education.
And are you a teacher now?
Yes, I'm a teacher, Cincinnati Public, for 30 years.
30 years?
Yes.
Okay, what school?
I'm at the Promise Center, alternative school.
Okay. Is that like a career tech center?
No, it's more behavior modifications.
Well, that's good to have.
Yes.
Some kids need it right now, you know?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What was it like for you back here in 92, or 88 to 92? What was it like for you back here? Was it like a family atmosphere?
Yes. My professors would call my mother if I missed an assignment. We were just close. I mean, they knew us. They would call us. Anything we needed, they provided. I love HBCU.
Now, do you come back to homecoming every year?
Every year. I missed 1 year, and that's when I was giving birth to my son.
Well, that's a good reason.
And he will be attending here next year.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
What's his major?
He's going to be graphic design, graphic arts, digital design.
That is big business, especially in the TV world.
Yes. So he'll be here next year supporting.
He's not here now?
No, he did not come up this weekend.
Oh, well, he's here. He should be here.
I know. It's a Tennessee State's homecoming is this weekend, so he went with his father to Tennessee State's homecoming.
Okay.
So I'll have him next year.
All right. Yeah, he's got to come here as a grad.
Yes.
Okay. What is? You said you don't follow football a lot. Do you follow Central State at all?
I did watch Central State on when they played on ESPN. I did, and I was cheering them on the whole time. But I'm not a football girl. But I did watch the game. Yes, I'm so happy.
What about your husband and your son?
Football. They watch football, but
they don't say, "Hey, Mom, come on."
No.
So it's not a family affair when football's on.
No, I'm usually cooking something.
So, you say your husband's from Tennessee State. You went to Tennessee State. How'd you guys meet?
In Cincinnati.
Oh, did you?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, have some fun today. You got a guy jamming back over here.
I'm ready. I'm ready to party.
Well, let's hope that we can party after the win.
Yes, we have a win coming today. Yes. Go Marauders.
All right, we'll be back with the player profile and the talk with the coach right after this. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Hey, sports fans, you all know Don Brown. He was born and raised here in the Miami Valley and have met many of you somewhere along that line as a player, coach, or sports broadcaster for WKEF and WRGT-TV. Sports has been a big part of his life and remains so today. So if your high school team, little league organization, or group wants to look good year-round, then look no further than Don Brown Sports. From spirit gear t-shirts, polos, or equipment embroidery, or screen printing, Don Brown Sports is your first and last stop. He's got big quality at minor league pricing. Feel free to get in touch with DB via email at dhkbrown1, that's the number 1, at gmail.com. Or feel free to call him at 937-430-3105. Don Brown Sports, a big league look for a minor league price.
We know that purchasing a new system is a big decision. At McAfee, we feel you should only have to make it once. That's why we offer lifetime, worry-free coverage on new McAfee systems. Never a charge for repairs, never a charge for maintenance, not even a charge for filters. And when the day comes the system needs replaced, you're covered. Any season, any time, McAfee.
Contact McAfee Heating and Air at 937-438-1976 or www.mcair.com or 1-800-AIR-REPAIR. Back here on the pregame show, we're here with Coach Porter and Coach
Big game today with Fort Valley State. They come in at 4-1, and they lost last week to Benedict. What do you know about these guys?
Good football team, well coached. They've got a good group of players, solid on the offensive line. They have one of the best offenses in the conference. Have the leading rusher in the conference. So, and defensively, they've been really solid on defense, and so we got our work cut out for us. But we've had a good week of practice, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
Now, with their, you said their quarterback was number one in the conference, and is their running back or?
No, just the running back leads our conference in rushing.
Okay, so will you be keying on him a little bit?
Yeah, well. Got to get him stopped.
Yeah, like I said last week, we have got Mike White.
Yeah.
But no, the whole defense seemed to be playing very well on Saturday. They gave up a lot of yardage, but they stopped Allen in their footsteps at the goal line, and that had to be a big momentum booster.
Definitely, big momentum boost for us. We, like I said, got them stopped a couple times in the red zone, which is great for us. When they did score, we blocked 2 or 3 kicks, so which helps us keep points off the board. Every point is important. So, and our guys on our field goal block team understand that every point is important. I think we blocked 4 kicks this year, which is great for us. So yeah, defensively, we just gotta accept the challenge of playing against the leading rusher.
Now we talked about this in your show that with the win over Allen, that momentum is going to be carried over into this game too, right?
Yeah, hopefully we can carry the momentum from the win last week over into this week. But we've got to, again, the game comes down to executing, and I think we've got to do a better job in all 3 phases of executing. And we've had a week of practice trying to emphasize the execution, so we'll just keep going.
Well, Coach, best of luck to you today, and let's bring home a big W on homecoming.
Let's do it.
All right. We'll be back with more after this timeout. You're listening to the pregame show here on the Gem City Sports Network.
Profiler Performance Products is an all-American manufacturer of racing cylinder heads and intake manifolds. From 2-time Drag Week winner Jeff Lutz to the winningest bracket champions like Disco Dean Carnes, Profiler Performance has become the overwhelming choice of drag racing's best-known name. Profiler Performance offers the absolute best bolt-on performance for cylinder heads and intake, utilizing their own in-house custom casting and CNC machining. For more information, visit profilerperformance.com or find them on Facebook. Profiler Performance, they make power they haven't even used yet.
Why do you exercise? To look better? To feel better? To drop a few pounds? To train for an event? To defy age? Or to keep your ability to say yes to the things you love to do? Whatever motivates you, G&G Fitness Equipment is here to get you there. Treadmills, ellipticals, rowers, bikes, home gyms, and accessories. We'll pair you with the right equipment, teach you how to use it, and be there every step of your fitness journey. G&G Fitness. Your goal is our goal.
Today's player profile is being brought to you by Central State University. For God, for Central, for State. Today we are joined by
Brandon Kyles.
Brandon Kyles. Where are you from?
Rosenberg, Texas.
Texas. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're up here where it's nice and cool.
Nice and cool sometimes. That's for sure.
I'll wait till the winter.
Hell yeah.
Okay. What year are you?
I'm a junior.
Okay. So you've been here before?
No, sir. I'm a transfer.
Where are you transferring in from?
I'm transferring from Buena Vista University in Storm Lake, Iowa.
Okay, well, you were used to the cold then.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, we're going to ask you a few questions, and some will be tough, some won't.
All right.
Some will be tougher than you have on your midterms and finals. So you got an audience over here too, by the way. Okay, what is your major?
My major is business management.
Okay. Will you have a job waiting for you when you graduate?
I will. I'm going to be working with my Uncle Steve. He's got a little mortgage business in Texas. Guy's very successful, very good at what he does. So I'm going to intern for him for a little bit and then hopefully go from there.
Okay. What made you want to come to CSU?
Man, I just got a great opportunity to be able to come here and showcase my talents and be able to play, possibly start at my position. So came here. The coaches really invested in me, really talked it up. They had a lot of stuff going here. They were turning this program around, so I wanted to be a part of it.
What position do you play?
Quarterback.
Oh, okay. You're in the spotlight then. Okay. Now that you've been here for a few weeks since practice,
yep.
What do you like most about Central State?
It's a great environment, man. Great environment. It's a lot of it's like a family here. Everybody's real close. Everybody knows everybody. It's like a brotherhood here, man. It's just great. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to compete. Everybody challenges everybody every day. So, yeah.
Okay. Now here are the tough ones.
Okay.
What's your favorite food, not your mom's?
My favorite food.
Yeah. So I told you.
That is pretty tough. I would have to go a fried rice all grilled teriyaki Panda Express bowl.
Okay.
It's the best.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, where do you get it at?
Panda Express.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I take it that's your favorite restaurant too.
Yeah, I go there all the time.
Okay. Now here's another tough one for you. Your favorite band or singles artist?
Band.
I get that all the time.
Man. See, I got David over here looking at me. David wants me to say like Taylor Swift or something. Man, I'd have to. I would have to go like Russ or something. Real chill guy.
Okay. Favorite movie?
My favorite movie would probably have to be Focus.
Okay. If you had a chance to meet an actor, who would it be?
Denzel Washington.
Everybody says him.
Love Denzel Washington, man. That's a great dude.
Okay. If you had a chance to meet an actress, who would it be?
An actress. Megan Fox.
Why her?
She's beautiful.
Okay. Okay, now that you've been here for a few weeks,
yeah.
In one word.
Yeah.
One word. Describe Coach Porter.
That's a tough one. He's a great dude. One word. Humble.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you say this one team, I'm going to kick you out of here.
All right.
What is your favorite sports team? And it could be any team in any sport.
Texans, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, at least you didn't say Steelers. Okay. The Houston Texans. Who's your favorite player?
My favorite player on the Houston Texans.
No, it could be any sport. Any sport.
Oh, my favorite player just in general?
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers.
Why him? Oh, quarterback?
Quarterback, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you learn a lot from him just by watching him?
I do, man. He just does things the right way. He makes the right plays at the right times. He's got a lot of different arm angles that you just can learn from just by watching him. So, yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is the same way.
Yeah. I still like Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. What has been your most favorite sports moment that has happened to you in your lifetime?
Favorite sports moment?
Yeah.
It would have to be last season when I was playing at Buena Vista. We played a team that they hadn't beaten in 10 years, and I led a 3-minute and something second game-winning drive to beat them by 3 points.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that would probably be my favorite.
Was that at home?
It was at home, too, so the crowd was bumping.
Okay. You like to travel?
Every so often. I used to not like to fly very much. I still don't like flying very much. So I kind of barely just started doing it since I was coming to all these different schools and stuff when I was visiting and stuff like that. So sometimes.
You know you're going to do a lot of it here.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's mostly bus.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your most favorite place that you've been to, like on vacation?
My favorite place? We used to go as a family to Florida. I don't remember what part because it was when I was a little younger, but we used to go on a family vacation every year to Florida, and it would just be the most fun thing ever.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wasn't Orlando?
No.
Okay. What vacation spot would you like to visit in the future?
I don't know. Somewhere in Greece, man. Greece is so
really.
Greece is beautiful. Greece is beautiful, man. So just somewhere in Greece, probably.
Okay. What is one thing you want our listeners to know about you?
I'm just a young guy trying to make his way. I don't know. I mean, just trying to make my way here, trying to blend in with the guys, just trying to do my best here, make a statement.
Now here's the toughest question you're going to answer, probably while you're here at Central State.
All right, hit me.
Okay. What would you do if you had no cell phone or computer?
If I had no cell phone or computer, I heard this question because you asked one of the other guys.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see. If I had no cell phone or computer,
now he's taking notes here.
Man, I can tell he always got something to say about me. If I had no cell phone or computer, I would probably be like my grandmother, waking up at 4:30 every morning, reading books. She's a beast, man. So I would probably be on her schedule.
Well, aren't you going to be doing that here?
Waking up at 4:30?
Yeah.
I don't know. Not at 4:30.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for coming on, and we'll be back with more after this time out. You're listening to the pregame show here on the Gem City Sports Network.
Central State is the most affordable four-year public university in the state of Ohio. With stellar academics and affordability, we provide a high-value education to our students.
A Special Wish Foundation of Dayton has a new name. It is now a Special Wish Foundation Dayton and Southwest Ohio chapter. They now serve 20 counties in Southwest Ohio and work with families whose children are being seen at Dayton Children's and Cincinnati Children's Hospitals. The organization has granted over 1,800 wishes to those children battling life-threatening illnesses. To find out how you can help make a special wish come true, log on to their website, aspecialwishdayton.org, or call them at 937-223-WISH. A Special Wish Foundation is a 501c3, and all funds stay within the local community to support local children. Back here at Central State University, we're getting set for Homecoming 2022. Bill, what are your thoughts so far about Homecoming?
It's busy. Give it to you in one word, busy. It is packed all around the place, and I got to see part of the parade down there, and it was fantastic. And it's just a wonderful atmosphere to be here at Homecoming at Central State University, and we're looking forward to hopefully a very exciting football game between the Wildcats and the Marauders.
I want to thank everybody for the interviews that we did. Charles Anderson, Gillis Bowden, Joe Mosley, Lakeisha Starks, Aaliyah Williams, and Tamina Tolbert. Great interviews. They all come back every year. The three guys, they played football here, and they came back for a teammate that was inducted into the Central State Hall of Fame. So it's a great atmosphere out here, and I tell you what, I love this day. I love this day. You got people parked across the street, over by the visitor stands. You got people partying all over the place, and it's not going to stop after the game's over with.
No, it'll go throughout, several, maybe all the way up to midnight or so, but it'll be a wonderful party. And that's what you're supposed to do. Come back and have a good time and enjoy reacquainting yourself with some of your classmates and meeting new folks who also were at Central State University. I mean, that's what homecoming's all about.
Yeah, and Gillis Bowden, he was here. You know, he said in the interview he was here when the tornado hit. He was in Beacom Lewis Gym, and when the roof was torn off, luckily nobody was hurt at the gym. But that tornado tore this place apart.
Yeah, I have a story about that. A buddy of mine that I went to high school with was attending Central State, and he was running the PA system, and they had a track meet going on, and he saw the tornado coming up the road and yelled at everybody to take shelter.
Yeah, that was a mean tornado. And
well, we all know the devastation it did to Xenia, Ohio.
Yes,
so.
It did. I don't even like hearing tornado warnings coming out because I know what they can do. Of course, we know in Brookville for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's unusual for tornadoes to come through Dayton, but it did on Memorial Day 2 or 3 years ago. But, okay, let's get to the game. Once again, the Marauders and the Wildcats of Fort Valley State. And Coach Porter coached these kids last year. And so he kind of knows what to expect out of these kids. He wouldn't let it out. Wouldn't let it be known publicly. But he knows these kids pretty well. So I'm looking for a good game today.
Well, I think it will be, too. And, of course, he came here and with the challenge of rebuilding the Central State football program. And so far, I think he's done a wonderful job.
Yeah, last year, Fort Valley State defeated Central State down there 35-14. And in their first game, actually the series is tied at 6 games apiece. They played 12 times. This is their 13th game. The first game was back in 1972, so some of these guys may have played in that game against Fort Valley State. So, and next week, Central State goes down to Tuskegee, take on Tuskegee down there, and then Morehouse goes to Fort Valley State to take on the Wildcats there.
Have you ever thought about going to Tuskegee and broadcasting a game down there?
No.
Why not?
Nope, not going to do it.
I'll tell you what, it's a neat town.
Yeah,
it's a neat town. I would recommend you get a chance to go. You go down there.
Well, I don't want to go down there because of what they did last year.
I got it.
They won 27-0. They ran up the score. I don't like that. That was uncalled for. But we're just a few minutes away from getting started here at we're going to have our national anthem here in just a second. And the Honor Guard is coming out, and the band will be playing our national anthem. The Invincible Marching Marauders, and so the Invincible Marching Marauders are a great band, and now our national anthem by the Invincible Marching Marauders. Our national anthem done by the Invincible Marching Marauders, and we'll be back with the coin toss and the opening kickoff right after this timeout. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Profiler Inc., your local source for custom graphics including banners, decals, and custom apparel for your corporate, school, or personal needs. For more information, check us out on the web at www.profilerinc.com or on our Facebook page, Profiler Inc. Profiler Inc., your local source for custom graphics including banners, decals, and custom apparel for your corporate, school, or personal needs. For more information, check us out on the web at www.profilerinc.com or on our Facebook page, Profiler, Inc.
No matter the threat or where the front line may be, our armed forces protect and defend us every day. But what does it take to strengthen our service members and keep them focused on the mission? What does it take to keep our military connected to family, home, and country? It takes a force. Be a force behind the forces. Join the USO in helping service members and their families. Give today at csohio.uso.org.
Become a donor and believer in the mission of Central State University. Help CSU thrive for years to come. To learn more, go to www.csubelievers.com. Our new funding website is safe, easy to use, and can be easily accessed from any mobile device. Visit www.csubelievers.com. Become a CSU believer today. Back here at McPherson Stadium, we're getting set for the coin toss as the Marauders come out onto the field.
You got the captains from both teams approaching the center of the field, and the officials will have the coin toss here in just a moment. As Central State trying to win their second consecutive game after winning last week and improving their record to 2-3 on the season.
That was an exciting game last week, too. I was watching it. Turn the other one off. So, that was an exciting game. Kaz Dina, he has come out from nowhere. He has come out. He had a heck of a game last week. He had over 160 yards rushing, and Kendall Boney is now the starting quarterback for the Marauders. He had another. He came in for Brandon Kiles last week, as I think he got hurt, but then he was doing so good they just kept him out. So. It's going to be, I think today's going to be a great game.
Should be a fascinating game. All right. Fort Valley State won the toss, deferred. Central State will receive, and they will receive to our left as we look at the field at McPherson Stadium.
The Marauders dressed in their gold jerseys with maroon numbers, gold pants, and maroon helmets. The Fort Valley State Wildcats dressed in their white jerseys with blue pants. Dressed in their blue jerseys with white jerseys with blue pants. So Marauders will be receiving. So Kendall Boney will take charge here in the first quarter. You can hear the band below us. So, final thoughts before this game gets started.
I think this is going to be an exciting afternoon. Of course, the sun shining brightly as it's coming out from behind a cloud. We do have some partly cloudy skies, and Fort Valley State will tee the ball up just to the left side of the center of the field, and they will kick her off and get ready to get this conference matchup underway.
Game time temperature brought to you by McAfee Heating and Air, 48 degrees, and northwest wind out at 8 miles an hour. So the band's here, the players are here, we're here, fans are here, cheerleaders are here, so let's get started. Sit back and enjoy today's game between the Marauders and the Wildcats. Backbeat for Central State is Josh Kennebrew and also E.J. Wash. Nice end over end kick coming down. E.J. is going to let it bounce, pick it up at about the 9. He's up to the 15, going over to the left, to the far side. He hurdles one guy and gets up to the 31, and penalty markers come flying over.
Flag thrown back about the 15-yard line. I believe we're going to get a illegal block on Central State. And so the Marauders, unless I misread that, will have be backed up deep in their own territory to take the first possession of the match.
So we're going to hear from the official on the first play of the game.
Right now there's a nice committee meeting back there between the officials.
Got the Jeopardy thing?
Well, I wish.
They're going to mark it at the 16. It's going to be, here's the. So, illegal block below the waist, and so it's going to mark it back to the
8-yard line, it looks like.
Mark it back to the 8, and it'll be 1st and 10 from that point with 4:52 remaining here in the first quarter. No score, as Kendall Boney and crew will be heading on to the field. Kaz Dina will be the running back. You got E.J. Wash and Twan Hines and Brendan Brock. There's Kendall going back. He slips and falls at the 1-yard line.
He tried to step up in the pocket, Doug, where he had a free area, and simply his feet went out from under him, about a foot from the goal line. So, not a good start.
Nope. So here we go once again. Two receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. On the near side, we have and we're going to have a safety.
Well, they tried to have a running play to the halfback, and Tim Alderman came in from his linebacker spot and made the initial hit and gets credit for the safety. And Fort Valley State, some 40 seconds into the game, takes a 2-0 lead.
So, not a good start for the Marauders. So it's Fort Valley State 2, Central State nothing, and Central State will have to boot it away. 14:20 left here in this first quarter. Not a good start for the Marauders, but they'll bounce back. So they will kick off from the 20-yard line. And we'll see who's going to be doing the booting, and that will be Diallo, Hamadi Diallo.
I don't know if they could have had a worse start. Penalty on a nice kickoff return, then a sack as as the quarterback loses his feet, and then a safety. Well, let's see if they can recover from it.
Yep, now the defense will have to step up. So Diallo will boot it away from his 20, making sure he's got 11 people back there. Back deep for the Wildcats will be Hakeem Ellington and DeVaris Jones.
It appears he's going to try to punt it away instead of place kick it.
So we'll see if he gets a good punt away on this one. Boot away. Nice spiral coming down. And Jones has it at the 30, and he stopped by number 12 in Sykes.
Good play by Central State on the coverage. However, we got a flag down. And I believe what we're going to have is the kicker
Offside.
was past the 20-yard line when he booted the ball. So
offsides. I could see that coming too.
Yep, and I think they may have the option to take this at the end of the return. I'm not sure. Either way, we'll see what the decision is by the Fort Valley State team. 14-11 left in the first quarter, 2-0, Fort Valley State.
Penalties will kill you every time. Kill them in turnovers. So I think we're going to re-kick it.
They're going to make them do it again. Yep. Illegal kicking is the official call.
As Diallo went beyond the 20-yard line when he booted it. So he's got to step back just a little bit. And so things are not going away here in the first minute of the game the way Central State would like for them to go.
Well, I'm sure that's something that's worked on, but something you don't think much about is on a free kick like that. You've got to stay behind the 20 to make contact with the ball. And I think the officials explaining it to the Central State special teams unit down there.
Landon Austin now in back deep for the Wildcats, along with DeVaris Jones.
Central State tried to kick it off or punt the ball from the 20 again. Nope, got to go back to the 15 this time.
I think he should step back a couple more steps. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, he needs to get back to about his 10 so he can move forward to punt the ball. Yeah, he's in better position this time.
Yep. Now the boot is away. Nice kick coming down.
That's a better kick.
Nice. That's going all the way back to the 15-yard line. And that is Jones on the carry, or Ellington on the carry. And it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 28-yard line, or 27-yard line. 14:03 to go, 2-0 in favor of the Wildcats. So hopefully the defense can come around and stop the Wildcats. The quarterback for the Wildcats is Kelvin Durham. He's a freshman. One man behind him. Fake and a throw over. He's going to get it to Corinthians Edmonds, a 6'2" senior.
Just a quick little slant pattern over the middle. He grabbed the ball about the 34 and moved it up to the 38 before he was tackled. It's enough for a first down for the Fort Valley State Ball Club. Nice spiral as Dunham just got the ball and immediately looked for that slot man on the slant.
In the backfield is Emmanuel Wilson. This time going to throw it and almost picked off, but in the meantime, Frazier Warren got the tip.
Ball deflected at the line of scrimmage by one of the Marauder linemen, but Warren was able to stop, lean back, and make the catch.
2nd down and 3 for the Wildcats at their own 45-yard line. Clock running with 13:10 to go here in this first quarter. Homecoming 2022 for the Central State Marauders. Good snap. It's quarterback going back to pass. Penalty markers coming down. And it's an incomplete. Pass is incomplete. Intended for Kevin Epps. So we'll see what the penalty marker is. It came from the side judge.
Central State, I think, jumped offside, but nonetheless, what a good defensive play over there for the Marauders. Looked like Anthony Mack was back, timed his leap perfectly, and batted the ball away about the 20-yard line. Nonetheless, it is a penalty of encroachment against the Marauders and another first down for the Wildcats. Right now, the ball's sitting at the Central State 50.
Right in the middle of the emblem of the logo. This time, Wilson is right behind the quarterback in Durham. This time, a handoff to Wilson. Wilson's going to get up to down to the Central State 38-yard line, or 48-yard line. So pickup of 2, 2nd and 8.
Marauders' defensive line did a nice job to shore up the run, allowing the linebackers to come up and make the stop on that play.
2 receivers to the far side. Wilson in the backfield. Durham is in the gun. Handoff to Wilson once again, and right there is Jaleel Lenore.
Boy, Lenore played that well. He saw what was coming, and he came up in an angle right between 2 players for Fort Valley State, cut down the running back for a 2-yard loss, and now it's 3rd and 8.
Three receivers to the far side. And since they didn't call him offside, no, it's going to be a false start against the Wildcats. As I thought for sure Lenore they were going to call Lenore offside, but they're going to move it back 5 yards to the Central State 47-yard line. The flyover's a little late.
3rd and 13 facing the Fort Valley State Wildcats. Ball on the near hash mark.
11:44 to go here in quarter number 1. 2-0 in favor of the Wildcats. Man coming in motion. Now he's going over to the far side. Pitch off to Wilson. Wilson's going to be dropped at the 48-yard line by Kennebrew.
Kennebrew with a nice defensive play. They set up a screen off to the left, and that had big yardage in front of it, except for Kennebrew, who had other ideas. Closed the gap with a great angle and made the hit and a stop, gain of a yard, forcing a 4th down play.
That was Portis.
Portis made the stop.
So
whoever made the stop, it was a great play defensively.
Brandon Brock.
Nonetheless.
Brandon Brock is back deep for the Marauders, standing at about his 10-yard line. As doing the punting will be Rodney Wilson. Rodney Williams. Good snap. Almost blocked. Nice high spiral coming down. It's going to hit about the 25-yard line and go sideways. And it'll be down at about the 22-yard line. So the Marauders have the ball 1st and 10 with 10:35 to go here in quarter number 1. They trail it 2-0 on a safety. They got more room to work this time.
Just a little bit of room. They're not backed up inside the shadow of their own goal, and we'll see if the Marauders can do a little bit better offensively this time.
This time over to the near side is Searcy, and that's Micah Lowe, and Brandon Brock. Hines to the far side. Handoff to Dina. Dina's going to pick up a couple of yards. And big Genesis Hartley had a pancake. They like getting those.
Yeah, good defensive play by Fort Valley State. Aiden Farmer from Lake City, Florida, fought off, just stuffed it up in the middle and then helped to wrestle the running back down.
Time Dina, sidecar left. Kendall Boney looking downfield. Now he's going to run with it, and he's going to be sacked. Back at the 17-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 19-yard line, so it'll be 3rd down and long at the 19-yard line. 3rd and about 13.
James Drain got in there and got the tackle, or correction. Number 99 was Caleb Thomas out of Warner Robins, Georgia. 3rd and long for the Marauders.
Trips to the near side, one to the far side in Hines. Here comes Boney. He's going to run with it. Now he's going to fire downfield. Has a man open and catches it. That is Lowe. Catches it inside Fort Valley State territory at the 46. It'll be a 1st down for the Marauders.
He had to come all the way across the field as he ran a deep pattern, and then when he saw his quarterback running towards his left, he crossed all the way across the field and made a kind of a somewhat diving catch as he was going out of bounds, and a big play for Central State.
Boney in the gun once again. Dina sidecar right. This time on the near side is Lowe, Wash, and Brock. Up on the far side is Phelan Warren. Or no, it's Jeremy Clark.
Trips near side.
Here come the Marauders. Boney gets a good snap. He's going to take it himself. Runs right up the middle on the quarterback keeper. Gets down to the 44-yard line. So pickup of 2, 2nd down and 8 from the 46 or 44.
Cameron Weidman out of Mount Vernon, Georgia, shed his blocker and made the stop for a 2-yard gain.
Now into the game comes Tyshawn Nelson. Nelson in the slot. Handoff, fake handoff to Dina. The man over, almost intercepted by the Fort Valley State Wildcats in number 29 in Darnell Stevens. He cut in front of Lowe.
He was reading the quarterback's eyes the whole time on that play, made a nice sprint towards the ball and was able to knock it away. Central State faced with 3rd and long.
It doesn't seem to phase them either. No matter what the down, they think they can get that first down, and they've been doing it. Last 2 games. Here's Boney going back to pass. He's flushed out of the pocket. He's going to fire. Got some running room down to the 40, down to the 40-yard line, but he's about 4 yards short of the first down. So it'll be 4th down for the Marauders at the Fort Valley State 40. Put your coaching hat on, and what do you go? What do? You go for it?
Oh, yeah, you're in plus side of the 50. 4th and 4, why not?
I don't think Hines is dressed today for some reason. So you got Wash and Clark to the far side. Brock and Lowe to the near side. Dina, sidecar left as Boney is in the gun. Good snap. Boney going back to pass, looking downfield. And open, and that was low, but it was incomplete, and a turnover on downs as the Marauders missed the opportunity.
Lowe had a step on his man, but was unable to get the ball to hang inside his hands when he got his hands on it, and Central State now 0 for 1 on 4th down conversions.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats with 7:44 to go here in quarter number 1. Once again, the handoff goes to Wilson. Wilson will pick up I don't think he'll gain anything.
They're going to give him a yard on the play, Doug. He's the leading rusher in the conference, but Central State was on to him that time.
So 2nd down and 9, ball at the Wildcats 41-yard line. Clock running with 7:27 to go here in the first quarter. 2-0 in favor of the Wildcats on a safety in the first minute of the game. Durham has a man open in Edmonds, and he's not going to pick up too much.
Again, just a little quick pattern, and he was hit as soon as he caught the ball, but they did gain 4, so it'll be 3rd and 5.
At the 45-yard line.
Pardon me.
Under 7 minutes to go here in this first quarter. Wilson and sidecar right, or left, to Durham. Durham fires over to the right side and in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. And that would have been Fran Warren. So it's going to be 4th down, and the Marauders are going to force the Wildcats to punt once again.
Good defensive series for Central State there, and they're going to get the ball back one more time. Trailing only 2-0, so they have survived this early onslaught.
Rodney Williams will boot it away again from about his 34 or 33-yard line. He didn't get the bounce he wanted to last time. Good snap, punts away. Nice high spiral coming down. And it's going to take a Fort Valley bounce and be down at the 22-yard line.
38-yard punt, no return. Or correction, 33-yard punt, no return.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Marauders at their own 22-yard line with 6:22 left here in this first quarter. Have the band for you at halftime, along with all the homecoming ceremonies. So we got Clark, Wash, and Brock to the far side, Lowe to the near side, Dina in the backfield, sidecar right to Boney, who's in the gun. Boney going back to pass. Has a little time. Fires over to the near side to Lowe, and he's got it at the 30. Good catch. They're going to mark it about the... Looks like at the 30. They're going to mark it at the 31.
Pickup of 9 on the play. The free safety right there, but he threw it in the perfect spot, low and away, so the free safety couldn't get to the ball.
This time Wash, Brock, and Clark out wide to the left, to the right. Low to the near side. And hand off to Dina. Dina cuts up the middle, and he'll get the first down. And it's going to be another first down for the Marauders. So time coming in, and what do we got here? We got 4 bands from all over. See, one from Taft and one from Warrensville Heights, but I can't. But the other side's getting full, which is a good sign. And people still filing in here at McPherson Stadium on Homecoming 2022. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Brock and Lowe to the near side. This time Kennebrew in the backfield. They throw to the far side over to Wash. Wash has some running room. Gets pushed out of bounds at about the, where are they going to mark it at? Going to mark it at about the 41-yard line. Pick up of about 8, 2nd and 2.
Just ran a simple bubble screen. You get the other receiver to make you be your blocker, and Central State picks up a quick 8 yards on the play.
Central State moving once again. This time Kennebrew sidecar left. Pass over to the near side to Lowe at the 40 to the 45. Has the first down up to the 48-yard line.
Well, they ran it to the left side, then they ran the bubble screen to the right. If it works one way, it works the other way. First down, Central State. Marauders with 2 in a row and on the move.
He was brought down by Darnell Stevens, a redshirt freshman. Once again, Kennebrew sidecar left as Boney is in the gun. 2 receivers to either side, stacked. Boney going back to pass, has time, fires over to the near side, and has Brock open close to a first down.
You're going to be about a yard shy of it. Gain of 9 on the play. He just went down a straight hook pattern, straight down, and turned around, came back for the ball, and picked up 9 yards. So 2nd and 1.
2nd and 1. Nice. The Marauders are moving the ball. This time Kennebrew sidecar left once again, and Boney in the gun. 3 trips to the left side. Kennebrew's going to take the ball, and he's going to get the first down. Gets down to the 40-yard line.
Move the chains once again. 3-yard gain. Central State on the move. 3:45 left first quarter. Score Fort Valley State 2. Central State nothing, and the team from Georgia getting a 2-run homer from Adam Duval.
What? No, wait a minute. No. There's only one. Boney back to pass, fires over to the far side, has a man open in Clark. Clark gets down to the 33-yard line.
They're doing a heck of a job, Doug, every time getting 8 and 9 yards, at least in this drive on the first play. And they have a 2nd and 2. 8 yards again.
There come the Marauders. 2nd down and 2 from the 32-yard line. Make it 33. Boney will hand off to Kennebrew. Kennebrew is going to be dropped in the backfield by Tim Adelman.
I want to tell you what, Adelman came again across to blitzing in on a run blitz just like he did on the safety and hit him in the backfield for a loss, and really nice play. Sets up a 3rd and 4 for Central State. So a possession play here.
Kendall going back to pass, looking downfield, and has a man open in Clark. Clark's to the 30, to the 25. Still on his feet, down to the 22-yard line. It's going to be another first down for the Marauders.
A 3rd down conversion, and that was a really interesting play, Doug. They had a screen set up to the right and a screen set up to the middle, and they simply threw it to the one that was open, which was in the middle, and that picked up the first down.
So 1st and 10 for the Marauders with 1:58 left here in this first half. Here's Kendall. Boney back to pass, and he's going to be sacked at the 30-yard line.
Good. That was a coverage sack because there was nobody open downfield. He had no chance at all. Pretty good rush, but it was still mostly the coverage sack that forced the loss. But so now Central State has 2nd and 17 at the 30. Ball on the far hash mark.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Adina back in the backfield once again. Boney going back to pass, being flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his right, looking downfield, a penalty marker down, and the pass is intercepted, and it's intercepted by the
Cameron Weideman, big defensive lineman out of Mount Vernon, Georgia, coming up as the ball came popping up. He grabbed it and returned it about 3 yards, and it will be a Fort Valley State ball, barring the penalty. And a turnover for the Marauders.
So here's the call. Well, that's gonna help the Marauders out.
So Central State gets a break on a defensive foul, and they'll have a first down at about the 22-yard line, depending on where they mark the penalty off from. So a break for the Marauders. Let's see if they can take advantage of this. They marked it off from the 30, so they'll be in the red zone.
So here come the Marauders.
First and 10 at the 15.
Clark will be out to the left. 3 receivers to the near side, and Wash, Brock, and Lowe. This time Kennebrew is in there at running back, sidecar right. Boney going back to pass, fires across middle to Kennebrew. Kennebrew down to about the 3-yard line.
Center screen, once again Kennebrew, the receiver. He has blockers in front of him and gets to the 5-yard line before he's hit, and then powers down to the 3, 1st and goal.
Here they go real quick, like Kennebrew gets the ball and into the end zone for touchdown. So a 3-yard run for Kennebrew puts the Marauders on the board with 37.5 seconds to go.
And gives the Marauders the lead.
I think I'm not going to say something that they can hold on to because you never know. So here comes Chairs, Jose Chairs. So here's Chairs, and holding it will be Diallo. Chairs, here's the kick. It is up and through the uprights, and it's good. So with 34 seconds left, it's the Marauders 7 and the Wildcats 2. So good run for the Marauders. They got lucky with that hands to the face penalty. So
given a second chance, they took advantage of it, went down, and 2 plays later they scored. A screen pass picked up 12 to the 3-yard line, and then Kennebrew scored on a 3-yard run. And just like that, Central State has the lead.
So the Marauders will kick off from the 35-yard line.
With 34 seconds left here in the first quarter of play.
Back deep for the Fort Valley State Wildcats will be DeVaris Jones. And also number 25 in Landon Austin. So, Marauders lead it now 7-2. Here comes Chairs to kick it off. He'll boot it down, coming over to the near side. Or no, as Jones takes it at the goal line. Going over to the right side, and he's going to get up to about the 30-yard line where the...
Good return as he just came up the middle, cut right, and got about 29 yards on the return. And fairly decent field position. They're going to mark it at the 31-yard line.
So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 31-yard line with 25 seconds left.
Doug, I know you're a Cleveland baseball fan.
Yes.
Pitching has been the norm of this series. They're in the 6th inning today and no score.
Wow. Tristan McKenzie on the mound for the D-ends, as I call it. Pass is completed over to the far side to Edmonds.
Just a simple little square out pattern, and he made a nice cut on the ball, and the Central State defender just couldn't quite get there in time, but it is a first down as they picked up 10 yards, and the clock goes under 15 seconds here in the first quarter.
They may or may not get another playoff. They're going to try. Durham in the gun, 7 seconds left. Wilson sidecar right. They will get the playoff as Wilson will get the ball, and he will get about a couple of yards, and that's going to do it for the first half of our first quarter. Your score is the Central State Marauders 7 and the Wildcats of Fort Valley State 2. Back after this, you're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Hey, sports fans, you all know Don Brown. He was born and raised here in the Miami Valley and have met many of you somewhere along that line as a player, coach, or sports broadcaster for WKEF and WRGT-TV. Sports has been a big part of his life and remains so today. So if your high school team, little league organization, or group wants to look good year-round, then look no further than Don Brown Sports. From Spirit Gear t-shirts, polos, or equipment embroidery, or screen printing, Don Brown Sports is your first and last stop. He's got big quality at minor league pricing. Feel free to get in touch with DB via email at dhkbrown1, that's the number 1, at gmail.com. Or feel free to call him at 937-430-3105. Don Brown Sports, a big league look for a minor league price.
Well, welcome back to Central State University. I want to tell you what, a lot of partying going on and a lot of people in the stands having a lot of fun right now.
Oh, yeah.
As we get ready to start the second quarter, Central State leading 7-2. It'll be 2nd and 9 for Fort Valley State with the ball. And here's the voice of the Marauders, Doug Brown.
Fort Valley State, 2nd and 9. Here's the handoff. And Durham's going to keep it and gets all the way down to the 49-yard line of the Marauders.
RPO on that as he saw the defense collapsing on the running back, kept it himself, and managed to pick up about 7 yards. It'll be 3rd and 1.
Troy Denty in now as the running back for the Wildcats.
First quarter stats, we'll try to get some of them in here in a moment, Doug.
Durham in the gun, and they got a free play, I think. No.
They have stopped it. We'll sort this out with the officials. Offside against Central State, and that'll be a first down.
That looks like it was on Drain as he just ran over the center. So it's going to be a first down for the Wildcats at the Central State 49-yard line.
They're now 1 of 3 on third down opportunities. Total offense in the first quarter, Central State 93 yards and 37 for Fort Valley State.
So they're going to mark it at the 44-yard line, or 46-yard line. It'll be first and about 6. Or no, it's going to be 1st and 10.
Yeah, it was enough for a first down.
There's a pass over the middle and intercepted by the Marauders.
No, they're going to say it hit the ground. But, boy, what an opportunity. A great play by Central State trying to dive after the ball, but he could not come up with it. It went through his hands, hit the ground, and was left on the turf. But it'll be 2nd and 10.
Ball at the 45-yard line of the Marauders. Just underway here in quarter number 2. 14:09 remaining here in this first half.
Wilson was held, the leading rusher was held to 4 yards in the first quarter. Good defense by the Marauders.
Durham finds a man open on the far side, and that would be Edmonds. He's close to a first down, but he looks maybe like a couple of yards short.
I'll tell you what, he caught the ball and turned inside, and here came a host of Marauders right at him.
So pickup of 8, 3rd and 2 at the 37-yard line. Durham trying to get the Marauders to jump offside. Did not do it. 13 seconds on the play clock. Handoff this time going to Denty. Denty's going to get the first down to the 32-yard line.
Good patience that time. He got the ball. He stutter-stepped a little bit, waited for the hole to develop, and then squirted his way through to get the first down. So the second straight 3rd down conversion. First one by penalty. This one actually by a running play.
Denty gets the handoff and is stopped at the line of scrimmage.
They're going to give him a yard on progress on the play, and Central State with good swarming defense to stop that.
Also into the game now is Swatokos. Sidecar right, Denty sidecar left. Hand off to Denty. Denty's going to go over the left side, and he's going to pick up maybe 3, or he's still on his feet. And they're going to mark him down at the 27-yard line. So it'll be 3rd down, and about 4 from that point.
Big play right here for both teams.
Denty will be in the backfield. 2 receivers to the far side, or no, 1 receiver to the far side in Edmonds. 2 to the near side. Edmonds going into motion, coming to the near side. Here comes Durham rolling to his right, firing downfield, and incomplete. So it'll be 4th down.
He had nowhere to throw it. Good defensive coverage by the Marauders, so he just simply threw it out of bounds. Lived for the next play, and 4th down opportunity coming up here for Fort Valley State.
And they are going to go for it as Denty is in there at running back next to Durham.
4th and 4 at the 26.
They're going to try and get the Marauders to jump offside. There's a snap. Durham going back to pass, looking over to the right side, and has a man open. But did he get his feet in? Yes, he did at the 21-yard line. So
just a simple little square out pattern, and got enough for the first down. Making the catch over there was Lawson. So Fort Valley 1 of 1 on 4th down opportunities here as they convert that one.
Comes Edmonds in motion. Durham now fires over to the left side. And a man open in Sparks. Sparks gets all the way down into inside the 10-yard line.
Rolled to the right and then threw back across the field. They had a screen set up, and boy, that was really well executed, and he managed. No Marauder can catch up to him until he gets to about the 4-yard line, and it's 1st and goal for Fort Valley State.
Fort Valley State knocking on the door. This time, Denty is sidecar left. He's going to get the handoff, goes over to his left, and did not get into the end zone. Down to the 1.
So Denty stopped at the 1, but it'll be 2nd and goal at that point. 7-2, Central State leading. 10:30 to go here in the second quarter of play.
There's a handoff, and they still did not get in the end zone. Yes, they did this time. And that was Denty that gets it in from 2 yards out. Penalty marker down, though. See who it's on.
Illegal substitution called on Central State.
That's going to be... So Denty gives the Wildcats a 1-point lead with the extra point by Williams coming up.
I believe it was Dendy that went the yard.
Here's the kick. It is up, and it's blocked. And picking it up is Fort Valley State, so the extra point is no good. And that makes it just stays 8-7 here in quarter number 2 with 10:21 left.
So each team with a red zone touchdown, but Fort Valley State's extra point attempt blocked by Central State. And because of the early safety, Fort Valley State leads it by the slimmest of margins at 8-7.
So the Marauders will get the ball with a lot of time left on the clock. And Kendall Boney and Krug moving the ball fairly well. In the first quarter, they had a total of 93 yards on 21 plays. So the Marauders will get the ball, and going back deep will be Lowe. And also Josh Kennebrew. E.J. Wash going over to the far side. Lowe will be kind of the up back. So Williams will tee it up at the 35-yard line with 10:19 left here in this first half. We'll have the band for you at halftime and all of the...
He's going to have somebody hold the ball. It will not stay on the tee.
The wind's picking up a little bit now. Good crowd on hand. They're starting to sit on the other side. That means this side's full. So holding it will be DeVaris Jones, as Williams will try and boot it away. Good end-over-end kick coming down over to Wash to the right side. He picks it up at the 8. He's coming out. That's E.J. Wash. And that'll be, he'll bring it out to about the 27-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 from that point. What are they going to mark it? They're going to mark it at the 28. I always get that wrong for some reason.
Actually, they marked it to 23, Doug.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I was just testing you, okay?
Well, I know my eyesight's bad.
Yeah, mine is too. That's why I got binoculars. It still didn't work. So this time, Kennebrew is sidecar left to.
They tried to give me one of those dogs to help me, and the dog said, "Are you kidding me? He's helpless."
He couldn't see either.
No.
There's Boney looking downfield. Has a man open, and Brock has it at the 35, to the 30, down to the 25, down to the 20, down to the 18-yard line.
Boy, he hit him right in stride. What a beautiful throw. And just like that, Central State moves the ball from their 23 to the 18 of Fort Valley State.
So 1st and 10 for the
59-yard play.
1st and 10 for the Marauders at the Fort Valley State 18-yard line. Kennebrew sidecar right to Boney. Good snap. Boney going back to pass, looking downfield. Now he's going to run with it. He's down, gets down to the 16-yard line, and
well, he took a tough hit there. He didn't know whether to go into a slide or just dive, so he did sort of half of each, and he kind of led with his head, but a flag is thrown. It did look like he was trying to give himself up. And I think we're going to have a penalty for a hit on a man who had given himself up or a target. Either way, it was a gain of about 2 yards, but we may have some additional yardage added on to this.
So Wash coming out and coming in will be Tyshawn Nelson. So Cantrell Lawson is the person who did it.
He led with his head. It looked to me like he hit him in the helmet, and it was a target. No doubt about it. It will be 1st and goal for the Marauders.
They got 2 number 3s. Durham, the quarterback, is the other one.
And big opportunity now for Central State to regain the lead. 9:08 and clock moving. And they got 2 men in motion, so they're going to have to both come set. Defense is scrambling all over the place. And we have a whistle and a time. And the officials are talking about some things.
9:01 remaining here in the first half. 8-7 in favor of Fort Valley State. And Central State knocking on the door down at the 8-yard line. 1st and goal.
Congress doesn't take this long.
They take longer.
Don't hold your breath on that. They're still talking.
Yeah, they're still. Yeah, the Congress is still talking about something that happened 2 years ago. We won't get into that, though.
No.
So here come the, they're still discussing it. All the officials except for 2 are discussing it. Here's the.
$9:30, that's my bedtime.
But that's what time you went into work.
Yeah, I used to.
Oh, yeah.
I'm now semi-retired, remember?
No, you get to see the inside of your eyelids for a change. Right?
Yeah, for a change.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there's daylight.
So Kennebrew sidecar left, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side and low. Good snap, handoff to Kennebrew. Kennebrew going around the right side, down to the 5-yard line, down to the 4-yard line.
Nice cut to get that extra yard. He was not going to have any more real estate on the outside. So he cut up and got what he could, and it'll be 2nd and goal. They're going to mark it about the 4-yard line, about the 4.5.
2nd and goal. Just under 9 minutes to go here in this first half.
Okay, they're going to mark it to 4.
Once again, Kennebrew sidecar right. Here's the snap.
Oh, quarterback draw.
Boney's going to keep it, and did he get in? He's close to the end zone, but they're going to say he did not get in. They're going to mark it at the 1-yard line.
Just inside the 1 on the quarterback draw, and he played it out perfectly. And then went up the middle and just to the right. And now it's 3rd and goal for Central State.
I say Kennebrew or Boney up the middle. Play clock at 20. Bad snap. Boney gets it and into the end zone for a touchdown.
The snap was bad. He dropped the ball on the snap but managed to pick it up and carry it in himself. And at the 8:07 mark, Boney's 1-yard scamper gives the Marauders the lead.
With 9:07 left. So, Chair's on to kick the extra point.
Try to take a 6-point lead.
Good snap. Kick is up and through the uprights and good. So, Chairs makes it now 14-8. We'll be back with more after this.
We know that purchasing a new system is a big decision. At McAfee, we feel you should only have to make it once. That's why we offer lifetime, worry-free coverage on new McAfee systems. Never a charge for repairs, never a charge for maintenance, not even a charge for filters. And when the day comes the system needs replaced, you're covered. Any season, any time, McAfee.
Contact McAfee Heating and Air at 937-438-1976 or www.mcair.com or 1-800-AIR-REPAIR.
We know that.
Back here at McPherson Stadium on the campus of Central State University. Back deep for the Wildcats will be Jones and Austin.
Update the scoreboard for people. Bottom of the sixth, no score between Cleveland and Tampa Bay.
Let's go Tribe. I know they're not the Tribe anymore.
College football at the half, Michigan 10, Indiana 10.
Go Indy, go Hoosiers. Kick coming down to Jones. Jones going across the field. Cuts up field now to the 35 and up to the 40, still on his feet, up to the 44-yard line. So
ball almost was swatted away by one of the Marauders. In fact, it did juggle a little bit, and the return man had to reach back, grab it, and that allowed the rest of the Marauders to come up and catch up to him. But a good return nonetheless.
So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 44-yard line. Band learning their lessons a couple of weeks ago.
14-8 is the score in favor of Central State.
Durham's in at quarterback. He's going to hand off. And right there.
Nice defensive play by the Marauders.
That was
Anthony Mack. Mack came in, forced him to cut it inside, made the hit, and brought him down for no gain.
This time, 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Nobody in the backfield next to Durham. Wilson going into motion. Now he's going into the backfield to the left side. Fake handoff. Durham's going to roll to his left, looking downfield, and has a man open
nice.
At the 46-yard line. Good catch.
Had a Marauder defensive player who was in no man's land. You go back with the receiver, he's going to go running forward. If you go after the quarterback, he's going to dump it over his head to the receiver, and that's exactly what happened. But a first down for Fort Valley State.
6:55 left in this one in the first half. Durham has a man open in Shaw, and he's going to be stopped at the 38-yard line.
Bubble screen this side.
That is Shaw Robinson, I should say.
Pick up a 9.
2nd and 1, ball at the 36-yard line of Central State. Central State leading it 14-8. Time called.
And again, the officials getting together to discuss what's going on.
Next time you give a Cleveland score, let me know they're winning. I've been an Indians fan and a Cleveland fan since 1950 or since 1965. So this is great. And they win, they go to New York.
And play the hated.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Not allowed to say the hated evil empire?
Well, yeah, you can say that. Okay, 3 receivers to the far side. Wilson sidecar left to Durham. Durham going back to pass, and a whistle, and what do we got? Penalty markers all over the place. Looks like it's going to be off or false start against the Wildcats with 6:07 to go.
Again, a high-level discussion going on at the 43-yard line.
Ask the sound guy if he's got the Jeopardy theme.
I don't know. You know, we've played a quarter and a half. These guys have had more meetings in a church.
So a 5-yard penalty against the Wildcats brings them back to the 41-yard line of Central State with 6:07 left. 14-8 is our score. Doug Brown, Bill Idle with you. I've tried to make you Bill White.
He's a pretty good baseball player. I'd take that.
Yeah. There's a fake handoff. Durham over the middle, incomplete, in and out of the hands of Hakeem Ellington Jr.
made a fatal mistake of taking his eyes off the ball.
He was going to run before he had the ball in his hands. So now third down and 7 at the 41. They're down and 6. Clock stopped. 13 seconds on the play clock. I want to say shot clock all the time.
I did that last night all through the game I was doing. Don't know what it was. Gets to be a mental thing after
Fumble
a while.
Picked up by Durham. He had that bounce, fires down the field, and it's a completed pass going to Edmonds down at the 5-yard line.
Just over the outstretched hand of a Marauder defender going back there. And a play it looked like it was going to be disaster. He turned magician and made it into a big long gain down to the 5. First and goal.
5:31 to go here in this second quarter. This time Wilson is behind Durham. Wilson's going to get the ball, cuts upfield, down to the 5 and into the end zone for a touchdown.
He was not to be denied that time. Central State had done a real nice job until that run right there.
So running touchdowns have been the order of the day. And we have 5:08 remaining here in this second quarter. I think it's going to be one of those games where the last person or last team that has it that's going to win it.
I'll try the extra point kick again.
We're tied at 14. Good snap, kick is up, and it is through the uprights. So Williams gets the extra point. And that makes it now 15-14, and we'll be back with more after this. And no, we won't. I can't find the cursor. We're going to keep it right here.
Curses foiled again, right, by the cursor.
So the Marauders will get the ball.
That is if you start with a 0-0 tie, does that count as a lead change? If it does, that's the 5th different lead change of the game.
Yeah, it does.
Well, then that would be the 5th one.
No, it isn't.
Okay, so then it's the 4th.
4th lead change. Going back deep for the Marauders will be E.J. Wash and also Josh Kennebrew. The up man will be Micah Lowe. So Williams will tee it up at the 35 with 5:08 remaining here in this first half. Band for you at the half. End over end kick coming down, and this time Wash has it at the 12. He's to the 15 to the 20, coming to the near side, cuts upfield. Still has some running room, and is down at the 24-yard line. So the Marauders will take over there, 1st and 10. Make it the 25-yard line.
Doug, we've had 4 red zone opportunities in this game, 2 by each team, and all 4 of them have resulted in touchdowns.
So here come the Marauders. Once again, sidecar left is Kennebrew. Kennebrew's going to get the handoff. He's going to get past the 25 up to about the 27-yard line before he's going to be held up, and he's still not off his feet.
Just a simple dive play up the middle, gain of 3.
One of the Marauders had something to say to one of the Wildcats, and it wasn't pleasant. Martin Keynes said something to one of the Wildcats. Here's Boney. Off in the flats to Kennebrew. He's to the 35 and dives to the 36. But they're going to say he's down at the 35, and it's going to be good enough for a first down with 4:13 to go. Clock running as Wash comes over to the near side along with Brock. No, Brock's on the far side with Lowe. Fake handoff. They throw over to the far side, and Lowe gets it, but a loss of a couple of yards back to the 33-yard line. And it's going to be 2nd down and 12.
Tried to bubble screen on the far side, but this time the Fort Valley State defender won that battle and gets a 2-yard loss on the play.
This time 3 receivers to the near side, Lowe to the far side. Kennebrew, sidecar left. And we're going to have a false start against the Marauders. Brandon Brock moved. So they're going to mark it back to the 28-yard line. Be 2nd down, and let's see, it's going to be 15, 16, 17 yards. So once again, 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side with Kennebrew in the backfield with Boney in the gun. Boney back to pass, looking downfield. Has Kennebrew at the 35, up to the 37-yard line. So he's got the yardage back, plus 2 yards. So it'll be 3rd down and 8 at the 37-yard line with 2:47 remaining here in this first half. We'll have the band for you at the half, as always, plus scores from around the country. Once again, Brock and Lowe to the far side. Washington Clark to the near side. Boney's going to keep it himself on the run. He's up to the 45, got some running room. To the 45, to the 40, down to the 35, down to the 30-yard line. Kendall Boney, they're going to mark him down at the 32-yard line, but it's good enough for another 1st down.
Simple quarterback draw, and he had to look like the Red Sea in front of him had parted. And so he said, I'll be happy to take a big, what.
This time, Kennebrew gets down to the 30-yard line, pickup of 2, 2nd and 8.
31-yard run on that play.
They're going to have the Hall of Fame people there. And
big celebration here today at Central State's homecoming.
Oh, yeah. Always is. I mean, this place is packed.
15-14 in favor of Fort Valley State. 2:35 to go.
This time a fake handoff is Boney going back to pass. Has a man over the middle and incomplete.
Was deflected by a defender, went off the hand of a Marauder, and then off the hand of another defender and almost back into the Marauders' hands. And we got a flag on the field at about the 25-yard line.
They've had more sessions in Congress.
Are you talking this year, or are you talking since, it formed back in the 1780s after we became a nation?
1780s.
Yeah, okay.
The penalty looks like it's going against the Marauders. And they're going to mark it back 5 yards from the 30-yard line. So back to... So illegal receiver downfield. So that'll be 2nd down and about 13 from the 35-yard line. This time in the backfield for the Marauders is Xavier Price. So here come the Marauders. Boney getting a good snap, going back to pass. Looking over to the near side. He's got Wash, and it's intercepted by the Wildcats.
Went off the hand of a Marauder, and coming up with the ball for the Wildcats was Ethan Manns, a 5'10", 225-pound red shirt sophomore.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats.
He's out of Byron, Georgia.
It'll be marked at the 27-yard line with 1:13 left here in this first half. A 1-point Fort Valley State lead, 15-14. They're going to mark the change the clock back to 1:17. So here we go with 3 receivers to the far side.
First turnover of the game.
Durham going back to pass, looking downfield, and a pass is blocked. I didn't see who blocked it. Could have been White. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 at the 27-yard line. 1:12 left. This time Wilson sidecar right to Durham. 3 receivers over to the far side. 1 to the near side. 1:08 to go. Durham downfield, and it's an incomplete. Intended for DeVaris Jones.
Good coverage by the Marauders. Ball was simply overthrown. 15-14. Minute 3 to go here, and 3rd down for Fort Valley State.
I take that back. That is Jared Lawson. They got double numbers, so that should be outlawed in my mind. So 1:03 to go.
Don't want to do that. It'd be less difficult for you.
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah. Wilson sidecar right. 2 receivers to either side. Durham going back to pass. Has a man open on the far side. And he is down at that was Edmonds. He gets the first down to the 43-yard line. So it's going to be 1st and 10. No, instead they're marking it back to the 42. 55 seconds left in this first half. Time called. Reset the time clock, or the play clock. So no Twan Hines today for some reason. Once again, Wilson sidecar left to Durham. 2 receivers to either side. Durham back to pass, looking downfield, fires down the left side, and it is overthrown. And it's incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10 at the 42-yard line with 38 seconds left.
Good coverage by the Marauders' defensive secondary. He had nowhere to do it, so he just simply fired her out of bounds.
So here come the Wildcats once again. Man coming in motion to the near side. Now Durham going back to pass. Dishes it out off the flats to the left side. Gets it to Wilson. Wilson's going to be close to a 1st down.
Well, they've gone to that screen pass 4 or 5 times. And again, they get positive yardage out of it.
Be 3rd down and about 2 from the 50-yard line. 33 seconds left. Now the Wildcats in a huddle. Mike White coming out for Central State. Coming in is number 53 in James Dunford from Wayne High School in Huber Heights. My alma mater. So 2 receivers to either side with 33 seconds left. Durham's going to keep it himself. He's going to now fire it down, has a man open, and penalty markers come flying in, and the pass was complete to Ellington. So 24 seconds left.
This might be an ineligible receiver downfield. Those linemen were way upfield on that play.
They'll knock him back 5 yards.
More importantly, for Central State's concerns.
So pass interference against the Marauders.
Oh, they called defensive pass interference.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at the Marauder 20-yard line.
Yeah, they're in the red zone again.
So 1st and 10 at the Marauder 20 with 24 seconds left. This time, Wilson sidecar left. 2 receivers to either side. Clock running. Time called. And we have a timeout called,
I believe, by Fort Valley State.
No. Okay, we're going to take a timeout too. Be right back after this. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Purchasing a new system is a big decision. At McAfee, we feel you should only have to make it once. That's why we offer lifetime, worry-free coverage on new McAfee systems. Never a charge for repairs, never a charge for maintenance, not even a charge for filters. And when the day comes the system needs replaced, you're covered. Any season, any time, McAfee.
Contact McAfee Heating and Air at 937-438-1976 or www.mcair.com or 1-800-AIR-REPAIR. Back here at McPherson Stadium, just 23 seconds left in this first half, as both teams are huddling on their respective sides. Here come the Wildcats. They have the ball 1st and 10 at the Marauder 20-yard line. There's a guy last week said Marauders. But he changed it real quick to Marauders. I think they've been called everything in the book besides Marauders. So this time Durham in the shotgun once again. So another good crowd on tap here. So here come the Wildcats as they are still waiting on something. Oh, they're talking to Coach Porter on the near side. Porter, a former head coach over at Fort Valley State. He said he knows some of the juniors and seniors on this team. So now they're going over to talk to the other coach on the far side. Here come the crowd. The crowd's yelling defense. So they're going to mark it back to, or the clock back to 24 seconds. So 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Wilson behind Durham in the backfield. Now Wilson comes up on the right side. Durham going back to pass, looking downfield. Fires down the right side, and did he get in? Yes, he did. They got the touchdown.
What a wonderful catch. Just hit him right in stride. Beautiful throw. And the next thing you knew, Hakeem Ellington catches a touchdown pass from 20 yards out, and Fort Valley State extends the lead.
So Durham, 20-yard pass to Ellington. So the Wildcats lead by 7, 21-14. They're trying to get the extra point here to make it an 8-point game. Kick is up and through the uprights. So, with 18 seconds left, it is now 22-14. Still margin. Still within a good range.
18 seconds left here in the first half of play. Key drive off the interception. You end up with a turnover and drive down, and you score 7 points off the interception. They've also gotten a safety, and that's the 9 points difference and an 8-point lead.
So here come the Marauders back out low, and Kennebrew and Wash will be deep for the Marauders. He's not been kicking it that far. Williams hasn't. Gets down into between the 10 and 20. So 18 seconds left here in this first half. 22-14 Fort Valley State. Might get home in time to watch Ohio State. So Williams will boot it away with 18 seconds left. And it's a squib kick picked up by Lowe at the 20. He's come, sidesteps one, is going to be dropped at the 26 with 15 seconds left. A little bit of a disagreement there.
It's been an ongoing thing.
So 1st and 10 for the Marauders with 14 seconds left in this first half. They'll mark it at the 26-yard line. So 1st and 74. Two receivers to either side, and they're going to take a knee, and that's going to do it. So your score at the end of the first half, the Marauders trailing 22-14. Back with the band after this. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Power Performance Products is an all-American manufacturer of racing cylinder heads and intake manifolds. From two-time Drag Week winner Jeff Lutz to the winningest bracket champions like Disco Dean Karn, Profiler Performance has become the overwhelming choice of drag racing's best-known name. Profiler Performance offers the absolute best bolt-on performance for cylinder heads and intake, utilizing their own in-house custom casting and CNC machining. For more information, visit ProfilerPerformance.com or find them on Facebook. Profiler Performance, they make power they haven't even used yet.
Why do you exercise? To look better? To feel better? To drop a few pounds? To train for an event? To defy age? Or to keep your ability to say yes to the things you love to do? Whatever motivates you, G&G Fitness Equipment is here to get you there. Treadmills, ellipticals, rowers, bikes, home gyms, and accessories. We'll pair you with the right equipment, teach you how to use it, and be there every step of your fitness journey. G&G Fitness. Your goal is our goal.
Central State is the most affordable four-year public university in the state of Ohio. With stellar academics and affordability, we provide a high-value education to our students.
Back here at Central State, and we're going to, here's a Hall of Fame class of 2022.
It is our privilege to introduce to you first women's basketball player Aniqua Snell. Football player Early Lawhorn. Track and field athlete G. Powell. Football player Victory Simmons. And track and field athlete Dean Richards. We would like to thank each and every one of you for your hard work and dedication to Marauder Athletics. CSU is proud to welcome you into the Hall of Fame. Marauder Nation, put your hands together, show some Marauder love for your 2022 Hall of Fame athletic class. Let's go. Mic check. Mic check.
Here come the invincible marching Marauders out onto the field after the introduction of the Hall of Fame class of 2022.
switch things up and give you Shaka Khan.
There's a halftime show for the band. Now it's time to introduce the king and queen of Marauderland. You staying warm down there, Matt? Matt Digby here from ABC 22, Fox 45, Dayton 24/7 now. Then we're going to send it over to the PA announcer here in just a second. So we just got a few more minutes before the end of the half. So so the court is coming out to the middle of the field for the introduction of the king and queen. And they're doing.
Now Central State. The queen and king and the royal court have arrived. Please put your hands together for the 2022 Homecoming Royalty. Introducing Miss Freshman Jasmine Bates. A criminal justice major born and raised in the south side of Chicago, eventually relocated to the southern suburbs, Jasmine plans on using her degree to pursue a career in forensics. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Bates is escorted by Mr. Freshman Torian Pender. Torian Pender, an 18-year-old from Columbus, Ohio. Torian's plans to attend a graduate school after he obtains his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Introducing Miss Sophomore Dosayeya Selma Walogbo from Minneapolis, Minnesota, a social work major. Her goal and aspiration is to become a medical social worker to help provide support to infants in the neonatal intensive care unit. She is escorted by Mr. Sophomore James Malacking, born and raised in Dayton, Ohio, majoring in business administration with a concentration in management information systems. Miles is one of 7 captains of the Central State track and field team and is part of the Honors College with a 3.6 GPA. Miss Junior Carolyn Ross Staples, a junior from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, majoring in computer science. Miss Ross Staples wants to pursue a career in the technical field as well as become an entrepreneur with her own innovation company. She is escorted by Mr. Junior Stefan Thomas, born in Springfield, Ohio. He currently majors in manufacturing engineering. Stefan is an intelligent, wholesome, and caring young man, and he nurtures and inspires all those around him. Introducing Miss Senior Alana Jones, graduating from the Queen City of Cincinnati, Ohio. Alana is a business administration major where she holds a concentration in marketing. She is a 4-year veteran of the Central State University Dancing Bells, where she has served as co-captain for the 2021-2022 season. Alana is also a member of the Delta Kappa Society of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, where she serves as chapter officers. She is escorted by Mr. Junior Tyrell Miller Johnson from Columbus, Ohio. He currently serves as Central State University's 2022-2023 Mr. Senior. Tyrell currently is majoring in psychology with a minor in human resources. He also serves the United States military, and he owns his own clothing business. Miss Central State University, Daniela Dorset, also known as a world changer, is an honors college senior from the land of the sea and the home of the waves, Nassau, Bahamas. Miss Dorset is a business marketing major and has earned her place on the dean's list every semester since 2019. She is escorted by Mr. Central State University Keith Harris Jr., a criminal justice major hailing from the city of Cleveland, Ohio, maintaining a 4.0 GPA. Mr. Harris also serves as student trustee, among many other leadership positions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for. The 2022-2023 Homecoming Queen and King. Our homecoming queen, Janiyah Kelly. Miss Kelly is a graduating senior majoring in social work. She serves on the cheerleading team. As homecoming queen, she would like to bring a different type of leadership platform and influence for the participation with multiple alumni and Central State students. And your homecoming king is Dion Jackson. Mr. Jackson, a junior majoring in business management from Cleveland, Ohio. His goals as homecoming king is to instill real and authentic self-confidence in young black men today. So now we would ask our President Thomas to crown the homecoming king and the First Lady to present the queen with her flowers.
Now they're crowning the king or the queen. And Bill will be having stats here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and give a royal round of applause for our 2022-23 homecoming king and queen and the royal court. We salute you on this homecoming weekend.
That's going to do it for the activities on the field. And, Bill, you got some
looking at the halftime stats here. Yeah, sure do, Doug. With a halftime score of Fort Valley State 22 and Central State 14. First downs, Fort Valley has 12-11 in the lead. The Fort Valley has had 31 yards rushing in 12 attempts. Central State 37 in 17 tries. Passing yardage, 173 for Central State, 12 of 15 with an interception. While for Fort Valley State, they're 15 of 22 for 210 yards. Total offense, 241 yards for Fort Valley State and 210 for the Marauders. There's been one interception in the game. That's been the only turnover, and it was turned into 7 points by Fort Valley State with a long drive. Teams are perfect in the red zone, 3 for 3 for Fort Valley State, 2 for 2 for Central State. Penalties, 4 on the Wildcats for 54 yards. The Marauders with 78 yards and 5 penalties. Time of possession is right, almost dead even. 14:58 for Fort Valley and 14:43 for Central State. And third down conversions, the Wildcats are 4 of 7, the Marauders 4 of 5. Fourth downs, 1 for 1 for Fort Valley and 0 for 1 for Central State. Individuals, Troy Dendy has 15 yards and 5 carries for Fort Valley. Kelvin Durham is 15 of 22 for 210 yards and a touchdown. And Edmonds has 6 receptions for 102 yards. As far as Central State, Kendall Boney has had 51 yards and 8 carries. Kennebrew has 14 yards and 6 totes of the ball. 12 of 15 with an interception for Boney. The leading receiver is Lowe with 4 snags for 49 yards. Central State's punted once, and Fort Valley has punted twice. Game started with a safety, and Fort Valley State scored on a safety on the third play of the game. They led 2-0. Then Kennebrew went 3 yards, gives Central State the lead at 7-2 at the 37-second mark of the second quarter, or the first quarter. In the second quarter, there were 4 touchdowns. Fort Valley State at 10-21, Dendy a 2-yard run. A kick was blocked, made it 8-7. 8:07, Central State scores on a Bonnie 1-yard run, and the kick made it 14-8. Then the last 2 scores came from Fort Valley State, one at 5:08. as Wilson went 5 yards, and then with 18 seconds to go, Ellington caught a 20-yard pass from Durham. Williams kicked both extra points, and that's where we're at, 22-14.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have some scores for you right after this. A Special Wish Foundation of Dayton has a new name. It is now a Special Wish Foundation Dayton and Southwest Ohio chapter. They now serve 20 counties in Southwest Ohio and work with families whose children are being seen at Dayton Children's and Cincinnati Children's Hospitals. The organization has granted over 1,800 wishes to those children battling life-threatening illnesses. To find out how you can help make a special wish come true, log on to their website, aspecialwishdayton.org, or call them at 937-223-WISH. A Special Wish Foundation is a 501c3, and all funds stay within the local community to support local children.
Profiler Inc., your local source for custom graphics including banners, decals, and custom apparel for your corporate, school, or personal needs. For more information, check us out on the web at www.profilerinc.com or on our Facebook page, Profiler Inc.
Back here at Central State University, the Marauders trail at 22-14. Here's some scores from around the area, or from around the nation. And, okay, that team up north leads Indiana 17-10. Tennessee over LSU 37-7. That is in the third quarter. Fourth quarter score, TCU leads Kansas 31-24. Arkansas trailing Mississippi 27-17. Florida over Missouri 24-10. Texas all over Oklahoma 49-0 in the fourth quarter. Purdue and Maryland tied up at 17 apiece. Louisville leads Virginia 27-17 in the fourth quarter. The Eastern Michigan leads Western Michigan 42-13 in the MAC. Buffalo 38, Bowling Green 7. Second quarter score, Ohio U 14 and Akron 3. Georgia State over Georgia Southern 10-7. UC trailing South Florida in the first quarter 7-0. That's homecoming down at UC. And that's your scoreboard for right now. So, your thoughts of the first half?
Very competitive, very fun, very exciting. Not unlike what we expected. Difference is the advantage is that Fort Valley State has taken advantage of a couple of miscues, a penalty on the opening kickoff that resulted in a first play where the quarterback slipped and fell at the one, and then a safety, and turning an interception into 7 points. And that's been the difference in this game, Doug.
So we're going to take another break. No, we're not. They're ready for action out there already.
They're in the ninth, by the way. No score.
Oh, okay.
Just thought I'd give you a heads up.
Okay. Kick coming down, and Jones will have it at about the 6, going over to the left side. Has some blockers, and he's going to penalty marker comes flying in, and he's going to be down at the 35-yard line.
So Fort Valley State will get the ball to start the second half here, and they'll have it, depending on the marker, somewhere around the 34 or maybe inside the 20. Now, this one's coming back, it looks like.
There's the
holding's the call.
They're going to mark it back at the 20 or at the 18-yard line, so that's where Fort Valley State will take over, 1st and 10. They lead it by 8, 22-14.
Marauders had a 14-8 lead until the Wildcats scored twice in the last 5 minutes and 8 seconds. And 2 extra point kicks have given them the lead. And here they come again.
Once again, Durham in at quarterback, Wilson sidecar left. And off to Wilson. And now they're going to pull it back. And
He is off to the races.
And he's going to run out of bounds at the 45-yard line, and that would be the quarterback. And
actually, that was out of the Wildcat. Wilson kept the ball, I thought. Well, correction, maybe it was Durham.
It was Durham.
Durham was the ball carrier. My mistake.
So, first down for
Good job. Told you I can't see.
Well, I saw it with the glasses.
Well, you had it better than me.
Yeah. So, first and 10 at the 48-yard line of the Marauders.
34-yard gain on that play.
Once again, Wilson sidecar left to Durham. He's going to hand off this time, going over to Wilson, going off left tackle. And it's going to be down at the 43-yard line. Second down and about 5 from that point.
Running that zone read option play where the running back gets the ball and looks for the hole, and this time it was off to the left side.
Man going in motion now returns to the near side. Hand off to Wilson once again, going over the left side. Has the first down and more. Still on his feet, down to the 33-yard line.
And a first down for the Wildcats as they are moving the ball.
Second first down of this drive. So it'll be first and 10. Ball will be at the 32-yard line. And Durham calling the play at the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Hand off to Williams once again, going over to the left side. Or Wilson, he's got the first down and more. And there's a penalty marker down back at the 35-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 33. That's usually holding. So here's the call. Holding against the Marauders, or against the Wildcats. As you can hear the band playing in the background. So get the call from the official. It will be a holding call against the Wildcats. Going to mark them back all the way to the 42-yard line. It's going to be first and 20 from that point. Oh, he's already said it. So it'll be first and 20 for the Wildcats at their own 42-yard line, with 12:55 remaining here in this third quarter. Doug Brown along with Bill Idle. Pass out to Wilson on the near side and gets past one defender. Still on his feet. Gets all the way down to the 32-yard line. He'll pick up the penalty yardage.
Made a nice move on the first play, but the second time, Doug, Central State player made a nice hit but didn't wrap up, and that resulted in 5 more yards.
And we have thought we had a player down, but not.
Just a little slow in getting up.
That was Lenore that was slow getting up. But there was a lot of people standing around him, too. Great crowd on hand here for homecoming in 2022. It's a beautiful day, hardly a cloud in the sky. We've been lucky all year long. High schools, we haven't had a date yet, had any kind of moisture. Warren going into motion, hand off to Wilson once again, coming over to the near side. He's going to be dropped back at the 35-yard line. It's going to be Jordan Bradley in on the stop.
Marauders defense had that play really stretched out very nicely. He had nowhere to go, ended up losing a yard.
So it's third down and 11. The ball will be at the 33-yard line of Central State with 11:35 and counting here in the third quarter. 22-14, Fort Valley State trying to ruin the homecoming game for the Marauders. Play clock down to 7. Good snap. Durham back to pass, stepping up in the pocket, firing, and has a man open at the 23-yard line, and that would be Hakeem Ellington.
simple hitch pattern, but it's short of the first down by about a yard, and will be a 4th and 1.
Looks like they're going to try and kick it. No, they're not.
No, they're just bringing in the big package.
10:50 and counting here in the third quarter. This time Wilson is in the eye.
Big play for Central State. A stop here would help turn the momentum a little bit.
They're going to try and draw him offside is what they're going to try and do. 7 seconds on the clock. Here's the handoff to Williams. I don't know if he's got the first down or not. He may have it. They're going to see whether they're going to mark it, and Fort Valley State, of course, is saying it's first down. But we'll have to let the guys in the stripes decide, and I think they're going to bring the chain out. That's going to be first down for the illegal substitution. Is coming on late was Elijah Slaughter.
Making whether they need to change the market for a first down or not, inconsequential.
That's exactly right. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at the 19-yard or 18-yard line of the Marauders. Man in motion is Warren. Handoff once again to Wilson. Wilson gets up down to the 14-yard line, pickup of about 4. So it'll be second down at about 6 from the 15-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 14, like I said before. Yard marker was off. So second down and 6 from the 14. Wilson sidecar right. Man coming in motion is Warren. He'll go back over to the left side. This time Durham going back to pass, stepping up and firing, and intercepted by the Marauders. Lenore to the 25. He's breaking loose to the 40, to the 45, down up to the 47-yard line.
Well, he stepped right in front of the intended receiver at about the 5-yard line and picked that bad boy off. And a big turn of events, so the Marauders with a stop and the ball at the 47.
That was a huge stop for the Marauders. They trailed by 8, 22-14, and Kendall Boney getting the call for this second half once again. Good field position for the Marauders at their own 47-yard line. This time Lowe and Brock going over to the far side.
Defense needed to make a play, and they stepped up and did it, Doug. Now let's see if the Marauders offense can take advantage of this.
This time, once again, Kennerbrew, sidecar right. Fake handoff. Boney going downfield. And the play. Nice catch by the Marauders, number 19 in Todd Gregory, a Northmont grad. Gregory gets it all the way down to the 12-yard line.
Ball was underthrown. He stopped. The defender went running past him, and he made the catch. And the defender wrestled with him for the next 5 yards before he finally brought him down at the 12. So a red zone opportunity for the Marauders here early in the third quarter, or midway through the third quarter.
3 receivers over to the far side, 1 to the near side, and Clark. Kennebrew, sidecar right. 1st and 10 for the Marauders. Boney going back to pass. He's going to keep it himself and get back to about the 13-yard line. Loss of 1.
Alderman, once again, not fooled by that play in the backfield. Forced Boney to sidestep a couple of times, and finally they brought him down for a 1-yard loss.
8:15 remaining here in the third quarter. 22-14 is our score. This time Boney going up to the line of scrimmage to call the play. 2 receivers to either side. Brock and Lowe to the far side. Wash and Clark to the near side. Kennebrew sidecar left. Boney gets the snap, fires over to the right side to Wash. Wash to the 10, down to the 7-yard line. Make it the 8. Pickup of about 4, second down and 6. Or second and 7, I'm sorry, second and 7. Ball will be at the 8-yard line, or the 9-yard line.
Third down play right here. Big play right here at the 9-yard line.
Third down. Kennebrew sidecar left. Boney looking over to the near side. Plenty of time on the play clock. 12 seconds. Washington Clark to the near side as they're going to stack the receivers. 5 seconds. He's got to hurry up and get it off now. Boney going back to pass, looking downfield. He's going to take it himself. Going to get down to about the 7-yard line.
They're doing a lot better job here with the spy on the quarterback so that he doesn't get those big runs like he was getting in the first half.
So they're going to send Chairs out for a field goal attempt at about the 15-yard line. So 25-yard attempt. So Jose Chairs will tee it up at the 20. Good snap, kick is up, and it is good. So Chairs, a 25-yard field goal. That makes it 22-17. We'll be back with more after this timeout. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
No matter the threat or where the front line may be, our armed forces protect and defend us every day. But what does it take to strengthen our service members and keep them focused on the mission? What does it take to keep our military connected to family, home, and country? It takes a force. Be a force behind the forces. Join the USO in helping service members and their families. Give today at csohio.uso.org.
Back here at McPherson Stadium, 22-17 is our score with 8:23 remaining. Central State trailing.
So off the interception, the Marauders get a field goal. So each team's had an intercepted pass and scored points.
So back deep is Jones and number 24, it looks like, and Keith Best. Nope, that is not Best. That would be Landon Austin, a freshman. Kick coming down.
Oh.
And it's going to go
out of bounds.
So they're going to place it at the 35-yard line. And that's where Fort Valley State will take over, 1st and 10. So first down for Fort Valley State at their own 35-yard line with 8:23 left here in this third quarter. So here come the Wildcats. Only this time Denty is the running back. He'll be to the right or to the left of Durham. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Coming into motion was Sparks. Durham's going to run over to the left side. He's going to keep it himself and be. He was stood up at the 37-yard line, but it gets all the way up to the 41.
Again, hitting but not wrapping up.
They're not going to go down if you just hit them.
The basics of tackling. Doesn't matter what the level is. You see it in all, from peewees up through pros.
Yep.
Picked up 7 on that play, Doug. 2nd and 3 at the 42. The Deans, by the way, are in extra innings.
Oh, don't tell me that. Man going in motion for the Wildcats. Pass down the right side, left side. Nice catch by the Fort Valley State receiver and Corinthians Edmonds. It's good enough for another first down.
Great back shoulder throw, and he jumped up in the air and reached out and caught it, and a nice big gain. of 31 yards.
So 1st and 10, ball will be at the 31.
Okay, my math was off. How about 26 yards?
You didn't have enough toes or fingers, right?
That was it.
So this time, Denty is in the backfield behind Durham. Hand off to Denty. Denty goes up the middle of the line and all the way down to the 23-yard line.
Well, again, the Central State defense being put to the test here.
We got a man down as the timeout is called with 4:34 left, as the trainers will go out and look at Jamasius Portis, who is down. We're going to take a break, too. Be right back after this. You're listening to Marauder Football on Gem City Sports Network.
No matter the threat or where the front line may be, our armed forces protect and defend us every day. But what does it take to strengthen our service members and keep them focused on the mission? What does it take to keep our military connected to family, home, and country? It takes a force. Be a force behind the forces. Join the USO in helping service members and their families. Give today at csohio.uso.org.
22-17 is our score. Here with 4:34 remaining here in this third quarter. Central State trailing. The Wildcats have the ball, 2nd and 2. Ball will be at the 22-yard line. Or make it the 23. This time Denty behind Wilson. Denty will Denty will get the ball, and he is stopped right at the line of scrimmage by big number 93 for the Marauders, Elijah Slaughter. So it'll be 3rd down and 2 at the 22-yard line, or 23. Clock running with 4:06 to go. Can Central State come back and have a miracle finish like they did last week? Of course, I don't know why Kazdina has not been playing. There's a handoff once again to the running back in Denty. And he's got the first down to about the 20-yard line. Make it the 21. They always put their foot on the yard marker that's back a yard or in front of the yard. Denty will be at the behind in the is the running back. 2 receivers to either side, or 1 receiver to the far side, I should say. Hand off to Denty, 1 scan. Oh my goodness! Big number 51 for the Marauders. Chaz Hunter just leveled him. Back at the 23-yard line.
He came through clean on a blitz, and boy, did he make his presence known.
So it'll be 2nd down. And
he
about
said,
12.
not this time.
Not on my watch. 2:47 and counting here in the third quarter. 22-17, Fort Valley State leading it. Thompson in motion. Now he stops. This time Durham is going to keep it himself and stays on his feet and gets close to the first. No, he doesn't. It's down to about the 14-yard line. They got to get it to the 10. They're going to mark it at the stop at the 16-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Big stop here for the Marauders. Williams does have the leg for this distance. Lawson going out. Play clock down to 7. Denty sidecar left. He's going to get the handoff, go up the middle, and stopped at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be fourth down. Maybe a pickup of 2 would be down to the 15-yard line. They're going to send Williams out to try a field goal. They're going to mark it down at the 22-yard line, so a 32-yard attempt by Williams. Here's a snap. Kick is up, and it is good. So trading field goals here in this third quarter. So it's 25-17, back to an 8-point lead. With 105 or 106 left in this third quarter. I'm going to keep it right here. So the Marauders will get the ball, and they're going to try and get they got 16 minutes to take the lead. They had a terrific ending last week down at Allen, where Boney had a shuttle pass to Dina. Dina went in for the end zone, and the extra point was good. And it was, the extra point was good. They won it 35-32. So back deep will be Kennebrew and also Wash on the far side. Low up about his 20-yard line. The other two back at the about their 10. So Williams will boot it away. He kicked it out of bounds last time. Nice end over end kick coming down to the far side to Wash. He's to the 15 to the 20. Coming over to the near side, getting some blocking and going to be brought down at the 19-yard line. So you can't gain any yardage going east and west. You got to go north and south. He was going east and west. Join us on Tuesday night at 7 o'clock for the Kevin Porter Show. Have comment from head coach Kevin Porter. Kenyatis Hollins Jr. is in now. So once again, Kennebrew is in sidecar right. And off to Kennebrew, he's going to come up the middle. And he's going to get up to about the 23-yard line. Pick up a 3, second down and 7. Clock running down with 46 seconds left. Kenyatis, or Kennebrew, sidecar right. Going to get the fake handoff. Boney's sending downfield. Has Clark. And has Clark at the 45 down to the 42-yard line. Make it the 41-yard line. Nice catch. Go ahead.
Again, the ball was thrown a little bit short, and he was able to fight off the defender for the play, but now we got a hold up. We got a flag back in the backfield. So that makes it a huge play for Central State.
Yeah, roughing the passer against Fort Valley State, and they're going to mark it all the way up to about the 25-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 26-yard line. First and 10 for the Marauders at the Fort Valley State 26-yard line. 17 seconds and counting. Marauders will have the wind at their back. Here comes Boney. He's going to tip it off and almost intercepted, but the pass is intended for Clark.
Quarterback was in trouble. Of course, they were running the screen to the middle, and when he threw the ball, one of the Central State linemen was standing there, and he almost reached up out of instinct to touch the ball and managed to hold his hand back at the last second. However, it was unable to be caught.
3 seconds left in this third quarter. 25 to 17. Marauders knocking on the door. Boney gets the snap, going back to pass, out on the flats to Kennebrew. Kennebrew down to about the 14-yard line, or the 17-yard line. And what do we have here? That's going to be the end of the third quarter. Your score, 25-17, Fort Valley State. We'll be back with more right after this timeout. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Hey, sports fans, you all know Don Brown. He was born and raised here in the Miami Valley and have met many of you somewhere along that line as a player, coach, or sports broadcaster for WKEF and WRGT-TV. Sports has been a big part of his life and remains so today. So if your high school team, little league organization, or group wants to look good year-round, then look no further than Don Brown Sports. From Spirit Gear t-shirts, polos, or equipment embroidery, or screen printing, Don Brown Sports is your first and last stop. He's got big quality at minor league pricing. Feel free to get in touch with DB via email at dhkbrown1, that's the number 1, at gmail.com. Or feel free to call him at 937-430-3105. Don Brown Sports, a big league look for a minor league price.
So, 15 minutes left here in the homecoming game between Fort Valley State and the Central State Marauders.
And the issue is yet to be decided. It's 22-15, or 22-17, or 25-17. Let me get this right. It's an 8-point game, 25-17, in favor of Fort Valley State. And Central State will have it 3rd down and 6 at the 22 of Fort Valley State. The ball on the far hash mark.
So 3 points by each team in that third quarter. Marauders have the ball, 3rd down and 7 at the 22-yard line. There's Boney getting the snap, looking downfield, stepping up. Now he's going to have to run with it, and he's going to be brought down at the 25-yard line. A loss of a few, and it's going to be 4th down.
Had nowhere to go, really, with that.
So it'll be 4th down. They're going to send in Jose Chairs. I think he's in that range.
Well, Chairs, last time he came on the field, he booted a 25-yard field goal. Let's see if he can.
They're going to mark it at the 32-yard line, so a 42-yard attempt by Jose.
Chance to get it to within 5 again.
Good snap. Diallo holds, and it's going to be short. So that kick was short. The score remains 25-17 with 13:53 remaining here in this contest. Or in regulation, as I should say. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Fort Valley State Wildcats at their own 25-yard line.
Total yards in this game, Doug, through 3 quarters, 365 for Fort Valley, 305 for Central State. Real close passing, 257 for Fort Valley, 265 for Central State. First downs, 17-15 in favor of Fort Valley.
So the Wildcats will have it 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line with 13:53 remaining here in this 4th quarter. Once again, Wilson sidecar left. He's going to get the handoff, and he's going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage by the interior line of the Marauders.
Wilson coming into this quarter had 29 yards in 11 carries. And I'll tell you what, Central State's done a nice job against him. The problem is Durham has been able to scramble, and Durham's picked up 56 yards rushing for the Wildcats.
Pickup of 1, 2nd and 9. A stop here would be great for the Marauders.
Still a 1-possession game, so if they can get a stop, there's still, lots of time left to do some things.
Durham will hand off once again to Wilson. And Wilson's going to be stopped for pickup maybe of 1. They're going to mark it at the 27-yard line. 3rd down and 8 from that point. Marauders trying to hold on here. Trying to make a huge stop. I want to thank those watching on the CSU streaming channel. Wilson, sidecar right to Durham. 8 seconds on the play clock. 2 seconds were left, and Durham going back to pass. Fires over to the near side, in and out of the hands of Corinthians Edmonds. So it'll be 4th down. They'll send Brandon Brock all the way back to receive the kick or receive the punt. So a big stop by the Marauders here on this one, and we have a Marauder down.
He was back near the quarterback, got tangled up in a scrum.
That was Lenore. He's okay. Gets up.
He'll have to come out because they did stop the play. It will be a 4th down and 8 and a punt attempt. So the Marauders with another defensive stand and a chance now if they can move the ball down the field.
Williams will punt it away. Brock standing at about his 37-yard line. With 12:16 to go here in this 4th quarter. The Marauders trail by 8, 25-17. It's homecoming 2022. High snap, but Williams gets it and boots it away. It's a high kick, but it's going to be short and go out of bounds at about the 44-yard line. So good field position for the Marauders if they can. They got to take advantage of that. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Marauders. The ball will be placed at the 40-yard line.
Remind everyone the score is 25 for Fort Valley State, 17 for Central State. 12:08 to go.
Clark and Wash going over to the far side with Brock and Lowe to the near side. Lowe getting into the drummers. Handoff to Kennebrew. Kennebrew gets all the way up to about the 45-yard line. And he's going to be brought down by a whole slew of Wildcats. Pickup of about 5, 2nd and 5.
Good hard running by Kennebrew right up the middle. His line kept digging, and so did he. And he managed to pick up a 5-yard gain for the Marauders.
So 2nd and 5. Ball will be resting at the 45-yard line. Clock running. 11:35 left. Central State trailing by 8. They get a score here, they go for 2. Boney back to pass. He's going to be flushed out of the pocket. Now he's going to run it and go out of bounds for the 1st down, but there's a penalty marker down back at the 37-yard line.
I believe this is going to be coming back. Yep, holding.
So, penalty's going to be on Deron Alexander.
What happened is as Boney cut to his left and went outside, Alexander still had a hold of the opposing lineman and didn't let go of the jersey quick enough from the inside and then saw the tug and ended up being a holding call.
2nd and 15. Ball will be at the 35-yard line. Clock running with 11:17 left here in this second half. And we got a blood on number 62 for the Wildcats and Bryce McGuire. So they sent him out. Boney going back to pass. Steps up and is brought down from behind.
And that'll go as a sack as he got lost a yard. Making the play was number 43, Farmer.
So 3rd down and 16 now at the 34-yard line. The Marauders going the wrong way. Now into the game for the Marauders is Talik Battle, one of the receivers to the near side. Boney back in the gun. Kennebrew sidecar left. Boney gets a snap, gets going back, fires over, has a man at the 40, and it's not going to be enough for the first down, and that would be Battle. Gets back to the 42-yard line. So it'll be fourth down, and the Marauders will elect to punt it away.
A lot of time left in this game, 10 minutes.
So Diallo will come in to boot it away. Going back deep for the Fort Valley Wildcats is Hakeem Ellington. Diallo has the wind behind him. Good snap, kick a low liner. It's going to take a good Central State bounce. Down to the 15, down to the 10, inside the 10-yard line, down at the 7-yard line.
Well, you didn't think it was a great punt to start with because it was so low, but boy, it took a wicked hop and great results. So at the 8, Fort Valley State will have the ball. And another opportunity for Central State to maybe get a stop.
What are the Deans doing?
They were in the bottom of the 10th. No score.
That was Tristan McKenzie pitching today. Tomorrow, I think it's Savali pitching tomorrow if they have to go that far. The winner go play the that team over in New York. There's a handoff up the middle. Goes to Wilson. Wilson's going to pick up maybe 2 or 3, if that. It'd be second down. As a matter of fact, he didn't pick up anything. 2nd and 10. Ball will be resting at the 8-yard line. 9:16 left here in this fourth quarter.
We may get home in time to see the end of the Deans game.
Not me, buddy. I'm staying here.
No, because it might go about 20 innings.
No. Here's Durham going back to pass, and it's incomplete. Intended for Warren. So it's going to be 3rd down and 10. Ball at the 8-yard line. 8:54 remaining here in this fourth quarter. Great crowd on hand. I looked over you can't see underneath here unless you get up against the window. And boy, they had a great crowd underneath. People sitting on the far side. They had 4 bands come in. One from Taft, one from Warrensville Heights.
Opposite ends of the state there.
Yeah.
Big 3rd down play.
So they got to get up to the 18-yard line. Durham back to pass, steps up in the pocket, and lofts it over to the far side and out of bounds. And penalty markers coming in for pass interference against the Marauders.
Good call. He did not turn his head to look at the ball and strictly went after him. That's a tough play for Central State.
Yeah, they had him deep into their own side of the field. So we'll see what it is. Montego Johnson being flagged for the first down or for the pass interference. It's going to give the Wildcats a first down.
Didn't really make a lot of contact, but he did never turn his head, and that is what kills you. You got to look like you're going for the ball.
Penalties will kill you. How many penalties do they have?
Way too many.
They had 7 for 126 yards. That was Fort Valley State. They had 6 penalties for 82 yards coming into this fourth quarter.
They've had 2, and both of them major penalties here in this quarter.
Man in motion now coming back for. There's a handoff to Wilson. Wilson's going to bust it up the middle, and he's going to get up to the 28-yard line. Pick up of 4, 2nd down and 8, or 2nd down and 6. Or say it's pick up of 5. Now they mark at the 28-yard line instead of the 27. 2nd down and 5. Ball at the 28-yard line. Clock running with 8:24 left in this fourth quarter. Central State trailing it 25-17. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Man in motion. Now he comes back. Now he sets. Pass out to Wilson. Wilson's got some running room. He's got the first down it's up to about the 34-yard line. That's going to be good enough for another first down.
Just a simple swing pattern by the running back out of the backfield. Hit him in stride, and he managed to pick up the necessary yardage to make the line to gain.
They're going to let the bands play at the end of this game, so we may stick around for that. Had 6 graduates from Central State on in the first half hour.
Now, no matter what the final result is of this, the bands after the game will be worth the price of admission for anybody.
Exactly. Hand off to Wilson once again over the right side. He's got some running room. Gets brought down at the 38-yard line.
Good first down play there. Picked up 7 yards. And
now they're going to mark it up at the 41. I could have swore he hit the ground at the 38, but they give him 3 extra yards.
Clock approaching 7 minutes.
Second down and 3. Ball at the 41-yard line of Fort Valley State. Wilson behind Durham. Man in motion coming back over to the near side. He sets and they look over and a penalty. False start against the Wildcats.
Nothing wrong to help out the Marauders that way. It's essential the Marauders get a stop here. You still have time, but you don't want to go down 2 scores. You got to get the ball back.
So it'll be
percentage of starting in your own 10 and scoring is about 85%.
Second down
against.
And 8. Second down and 8. Ball at the 36-yard line. 3 receivers to the near side. Durham getting the call. Ball thrown over to the near side. Has a man open. And close to the first down is wide receiver Lawson.
That was the old, I can't think of the name of the coach, but where everybody went about 5 yards, turned around, they just shot the ball to him on a pass. He was at Texas Tech for years. Then went to Washington State.
Third down and 1.
Now he's down in the SEC. So
again. Where the national champion is going to be crowned, probably. Or no, not that. Here's the handoff to Wilson. Wilson did not get the first down.
Good defensive surge by the line of the Marauders, and that makes it 4th and 1 at the 43.
So they're going to go for it.
I was going to say, do you roll the dice and go for it and try to pretty much end the game right here, or put yourself in a real good position to win the game right here, or do you punt it away and give Central State another opportunity?
Well, they're going to have they've had good success from running with Wilson. So the Marauders got to make a big stop right here.
1 of 2. Fort Valley State is 2 of 2 on 4th down plays.
There's a handoff to Wilson. Wilson has a first down and more into Central State territory. He's down to the 49-yard line.
And we can make that 3 or 3.
So first and 10.
Beautiful run. He stutter stepped at the line of scrimmage to avoid a tackler and then picked up the necessary yardage and got it into Central State territory to the 49. And the drive continues at the 4:45 mark and clock moving.
Central State needs a big stop here or a
turnover or something of that nature.
Once again, Wilson is to the right, and he's going to get the handoff, goes over to the right side. He's going to get some good yardage all the way down to the 40.
Picking up some steam as the game goes on, does Wilson, after the Marauders had done such a great job against him for 3 quarters. But he's picking up some good yardage here in the 4th quarter, and that 9-yard gain makes it 2nd and 1.
Wilson had just 19 yards going into this quarter. Or no, I take that back. He had
29 yards.
29 yards. .354 left here in the homecoming game at Central State. Handoff goes to Wilson once again, off right tackle. He busts his way through, gets some running room. Gets down to the 33-yard line. It's going to be good enough for another first down.
Breaking tackles now, as he seems to be like a lot of running backs, getting stronger as the game goes on. And Fort Valley State, which started inside their 10, has moved the ball all the way down to the Central State 33.
3:30 left here in this fourth quarter. 25-17. Nobody has scored in this quarter. 2 field goals in this half for each team. Hand off to Wilson once again. He's going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage, maybe pick up a 2.
Hit the line of scrimmage and moved it forward about a yard or 2. So he continues to plow away, and the clock goes at the 3-minute mark. Central State, with all their timeouts, when do you start using them?
Second down and 8. Ball resting at the 31-yard line of the Marauders. Fort Valley State taking plenty of time off that clock. Play clock down to about 15. So Denty is now sidecar left. Denty will get to fake handoff. Durham coming over to the near side, has a man open, and a nice catch down at the 20-yard line. 21-yard line by Shaw Robinson.
Perfect pass. Robinson just ran a square out pattern and leaped and caught it at the apex of his jump, and it's a first down at the 21, and the clock continues to move at the 2:24 mark.
Marauders need a big stop right now. Big stop. 2:17 left in this contest. 25-17 is our score.
They've had the ball about 7-8 minutes here in this drive. I think they took it over with just a little over 8 minutes to go.
Wilson back behind Durham once again. Wilson's going to get the ball once again and get down to the 20-yard line. Pick up a 1, second down and 9.
And now Central State uses a timeout. They got 2 left.
We're going to take a break. Be back with more. Your score 25-17, Fort Valley State. Back after this.
We know that purchasing a new system is a big decision. At McAfee, we feel you should only have to make it once. That's why we offer lifetime, worry-free coverage on new McAfee systems. Never a charge for repairs, never a charge for maintenance, not even a charge for filters. And when the day comes the system needs replaced, you're covered. Any season, any time, McAfee.
Contact McAfee Heating and Air at 937-438-1976 or www.mcair.com or 1-800-AIR-REPAIR.
Profiler Performance Products is an all-American manufacturer of racing cylinder heads and intake manifolds. From 2-time Drag Week winner Jeff Lutz to the winningest bracket champions like Disco Dean Carnes, Profiler Performance has become the overwhelming choice of drag racing's best-known name.
Here they come, the Wildcats at the 21-yard line. Central State calling their first timeout.
I'll tell you what, Doug, you go back to 2 key penalties here in the fourth quarter. One, a long run by Central State that picked up a first down that got called back because of a holding call, and then on the third down, the pass interference call.
Wilson, should be a penalty for hurdling. And it's going to be all the way down to the 3-yard line. They're not going to
call the penalty. Right up the middle and hurdled over a Central State player, got it down to about the 3-yard line. They're going to mark it to 4, and it's Fort Valley State in the fourth quarter here in the red zone. And a touchdown would pretty much ice this game.
Yes.
Minute 38 to go.
Not the way they wanted this to come out. So once again, Wilson sidecar left. He'll probably get the ball. And he does, and he's going to be stood up, but he's going to pick up a couple of yards down to the 2-yard line.
And a helmet comes flying off at the 1, so the clock stops.
So one of the Marauders, Mike White, will have to come out for a play.
It will be second and goal at the 1. Clock goes to 1:13. And Central State may have called their second timeout.
They did. So we'll see about some scores from around the country.
By the way, they're going to the bottom of the 11th.
Okay, Bryant leads Southern Connecticut 42-3. That's the only score I have for the Division 2 and 3 off the ESPN. TTUN leads Indiana 24-10. Tennessee all over LSU, a final score 40-13, and final score TCU beats Kansas 38-31. One more score we have for you: Arkansas over Mississippi. Mississippi State beats Arkansas 40-17. Have some scores for you at the end of the game. In the meantime, and off to Wilson. Wilson is going to get into the end zone for a touchdown. 2-yard touchdown, and that's going to ice it. With 52 seconds left.
Tremendous effort by Central State in this game, but got worn down a little bit, and then when they had a chance to come back, 2 major penalties really hurt them here in the fourth quarter.
Williams will attempt the extra point. Good snap, kick is up and good. So that makes now 32-17 in favor of the Fort Valley State Wildcats. And the Marauders are going to fall to 2-4. Next week they will be down at Tuskegee. Probably watch that on their streaming channel down there. So the Marauders have a big hill to climb with 52 seconds left here in this fourth quarter. Going back is Lowe, along with Byron Milligan and also Josh Kennebrew. Milligan out to the far side, Kennebrew to the near side with Lowe up about the 20-yard line. So, Williams will boot it away. A squib kick coming down low. Will pick it up at about the 24-yard line. Has a seam to the 40, to the 50. Still on his feet at the 45 and brought down at the 43-yard line. So Lowe, they're going to mark it at the 42-yard line. And the Marauders have good field position with 43 seconds left. So you can probably say Boney will air it out. He's going over to the far side is Clark and Wash. To the near side, Lowe and Brock. I'd say one into the end zone right now. So there we go. Clock stop. 41 seconds left. Boney gets the snap, looking back, going downfield. Has a man open at the 30-yard line in Clark. Now the hurry-up offense. So it'll be first down. Clock running. 35 seconds left and counting. Time called.
Fort Valley State calls timeout.
We'll see about some more scores. That'll be their first timeout of the half. So some other scores. Get back to the big guys. TTUN leads Indiana 31-10. South Florida in the second quarter leads UC 17-14. First quarter, Auburn nothing, Georgia nothing. Same with Oklahoma State and Texas Tech. Some final scores if we can.
Dayton got beat 31-0 by Butler.
Ouch. Tennessee 40-13 over LSU. Mississippi State defeats Auburn 40-17. TCU over Kansas 38-31. Here they come back out onto the field with 32 seconds left. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side and low. Boney going back to pass, has time. He's going to step up into the pocket. Now he's going to run it. Gets down to the 16 or 17-yard line, and he slides. Clock is stopped with 21 seconds left. Timeout called by Central State. They trail at 32-17. So that's their second of the half.
Well, they still have 1 left. And they'll be at the 18-yard line, so in the red zone. I know nobody believes in moral victories, but certainly it would do a lot of confidence for Central State if they can score here in the last minute of play.
Join us Tuesday night, 7 o'clock, for the Kevin Porter Show. For you right here on radio1.gemcitysports.com. If not, it will be uploaded to our website, gemcitysports.com. On Tuesday night, 7 o'clock. So here we go. 2nd down and 4. Ball at the 19-yard line, or 18-yard line. Three receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Nobody in the backfield. 3-man rush. Boney has a man over the middle. And Wash going side to side. And penalty markers come flying in, so that's going to stop the clock with 13 seconds left.
That's going to be a crackback block.
I didn't see anybody else around him. Those are going to the penalty is going to be at the 14-yard line, making the 15 as they keep moving it back. Next week, the guys will be in Tuskegee. They've had more luck on the road than they've had at home this year.
Used to be called a crackback block, but it's a blindside block.
So that's going to move the Marauders back.
Saw one of those last night in the high school game I was at.
They're going to mark it back to the, where are they going to mark it at?
To the 30.
To the 30-yard line. So 1st and 16. Or 2nd and 16 with 13 seconds left. Yeah, clock running. This will be the final play of the afternoon. Boney going back to pass. Goes out to the near side, and they drop it.
Okay, we'll have one more.
Yeah. That was Xavier Price. So the Wildcats will improve to 5-1. The Marauders will fall to 2-4 on the year. Fort Valley State will be home next week. So here we go with 3 seconds left. Final play of the game. 3-man rush as they put 8 men in the back deep. Boney fires downfield and interception, and that's going to do it. So your final score, 32-17.
And they do call it an interception in the end zone.
But there's a penalty marker down. So that's going to be it. So your final scores, 32-17. We'll be back with the totals and stats for you right after this timeout. You're listening to the Central State Marauders on the Gem City Sports Network.
Profiler Performance Products is an all-American manufacturer of racing cylinder heads and intake manifolds. From 2-time Drag Week winner Jeff Lutz to the winningest bracket champions like Disco Dean Karn, Profiler Performance has become the overwhelming choice of drag racing's best-known name. Profiler Performance offers the absolute best bolt-on performance for cylinder heads and intake, utilizing their own in-house custom casting and CNC machining. For more information, visit ProfilerPerformance.com or find them on Facebook. Profiler Performance, they make power they haven't even used yet.
As the teams shake hands in the middle of the field. And a lot of the kids know Coach Porter. And your final score, once again, 32-17. The Marauders fall to 2-4. And the Wildcats go to 5-1. So Coach Porter knew this was going to be a tough game, but they just couldn't do it.
Great effort by the Marauders, though, and they briefly had the lead at one point, 14-8. But from that point on, it was Fort Valley State that outscored Central State from that point on, 24-3. And Central State again. Key mistakes at bad times resulted in the loss, and give Fort Valley State credit for taking advantage of those opportunities.
So the guys are coming over, and they're going to play the alma mater, and we'll have that for you. And
Doug, it's been fun once again.
Yeah. You got Brookville again next week. Where are you at?
Brookville will be hosting Oakwood.
Okay.
The last home game of the season
until
playoffs.
Yeah.
Brookville pretty much has wrapped up a playoff spot and close to wrapping up a home spot.
Here's the alma mater. And that was your alma mater.
Final score, Fort Valley State 32, Central State 17. Looking at the stats, Doug, very quickly, first downs 23-16 in favor of Fort Valley. Rushing yards 169-39. Passing yards 292 for Central State, 280 for Fort Valley State. Total yards 449 for Fort Valley, 331 for Central State. As you go down it, Central State was 4 of 8 on third downs. Fort Valley 5 of 12. On fourth downs, 3 of 3 for Fort Valley and 0 for 1 for Central State. Red zone chances 5 of 6 for Fort Valley State and 3 of 5 for Central State. Rushing, Wilson, he got the majority of his yards in the final quarter. Ended up with 89 yards on 24 carries, including a couple of touchdowns. Durham was 21 of 31 with an interception and a touchdown for the passing wise, and Edmonds led Fort Valley State with 129 yards receiving Ellington caught their only touchdown reception. For Central State, Boney was the leading rusher. 20 yards was the leading rusher with 12 attempts. Kennebrew had 17 yards in 9 attempts. Boney was 18 of 24 with 2 picks, 292 yards passing. He was sacked 5 times. Receiving, Clark had 4 receptions for 75 yards. Micah Lowe, 4 for 49. Kennebrew, 4 for 38. And Brock, 2 for 68. And just too many mistakes. Penalties was one of the big keys. 9 against the Marauders for 118 yards, 8 for 131 yards for Fort Valley State. So fairly even, but the problem was when they came for Central State. 2 of them, the key penalties in that fourth quarter. One stopped their own drive, and one on a third down continued to drive for Fort Valley State. And so the final score ended up being 32-17. But good effort, and you can see the improvement in Central State week after week. Coach Kevin Porter having his team making strides.
Yeah, well, they go to Tuskegee on next Saturday, and they will return home here to the friendly confines. And I can't find the schedule.
Of McPherson Stadium.
Yeah. And I can't find the schedule, so...
I was just looking at it a minute ago.
Oh, were you?
Here it is.
They will take on...
Next week they're at Tuskegee, then they host Edward Waters on the 22nd.
So Edward Waters will be coming up from Florida. And the last home win by the Marauders was back on October 26, 2019, when they beat Miles 15-13. So...
we hope we can make that this year. All right,
Yeah.
Doug, thanks a lot. Been fun doing it.
That's going to do it for us. Your final score, once again, 32-17. As the band plays on, we're going to let them play for a minute. And this has been a presentation of the Gem City Sports Network, your source for local sports in the Miami Valley, the Gem City Sports Network. We'll let the band take it away. That's going to do it for us. Thank you for tuning in to Central State Marauder Football. This is Doug Brown saying so long. Your final score once again, 32-17, Fort Valley State. It's been a presentation of the Gem City Sports Network. Good afternoon, everyone.